Columbus, Georgia, this is your city council. Mayor, Skip Henderson. City Manager, Isaiah Hughley. Pops Barnes, District 1. Glenn Davis, District 2. Bruce Huff, District 3. Toya Tucker, District 4. Charmaine Crabb, District 5. Gary Allen, Mayor Pro Tem and District 6. Mimi Woodson, District 7. Walker Garrett, District 8. Judy Thomas, Post 9 at-large counselor. John House, Post 10 at-large counselor.
Sandra Davis, Clerk of Council.
And City Attorney Clifton Fay. Columbus, Georgia, this is your city council.
Bleary-eyed fans of Alabama and Georgia, wake up. We got business to do. So we want to congratulate Georgia and Alabama on a hard-fought game. It was nice to see the Southeastern Conference represented well in that event last night. You may notice that there's a number of counselors not sitting in their seats. I issued reissued a state of emergency, medical state of emergency, specifically so that we would be able to allow counselors the option of participating virtually. So that's the only reason that we put that in place. It also allows some of our boards and commissions to operate virtually while this pandemic has seemed to hit a new high. So we do have with us online Councilors Huff, Tucker, Woodson, Garrett, and Davis. And they will be able to communicate. They'll be able to get word to the clerk, and they will be able to express their comments and cast their votes. All votes today will be taken by voice as opposed to electronic, just so that we can kind of keep track of everybody who is voting. We do want to begin this meeting as we begin all of our meetings, and that's by asking God's presence on our proceedings. So I'd like to ask and welcome Reverend Emmett Anaton Jr. from Friendship Missionary Baptist Church to the podium. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor Henderson, and to our City Council Hughley, and to our City Attorney, and to the council persons, and all of you who are here to take care of the affairs of our great city. We're very happy to be invited to give the invocation or the devotion at this time for our council meeting. I know that we are proud Georgians who have witnessed the playoff, and thank God for the win that Georgia has brought to us. And also the President is coming, the United States of America is coming to Georgia today in Atlanta. And so as we're proud of what is happening in Georgia, we also thank God for his divine guidance in Georgia, in Columbus, Georgia, but all over the world. So as we begin our devotion, I would like to just read a scripture that's taken from 2 Chronicles, the 7th chapter, the 17th and the 15th verses, that says, "If my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven, I will forgive their sins and will heal their land." 15th verse says, "Now my eyes shall be open and my ears attended unto the prayers that is made in this place. May we pray. Our Father God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the Father of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, who taught us to pray, Our Father, who art or which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth or in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, our daily supplies, our daily needs, and forgive us our debts or our sins as we forgive those who are indebted or sin against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil, the evil one, the devil, and all demonic spirits that come up against us. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. For you also stated, if we do not forgive others of their trespasses, neither shall we desire or receive forgiveness from you. So, Lord God, we ask for forgiveness, and we are willing to forgive others as we have been forgiven, to love others as we have been loved, to help others as we have been helped. And Lord God, we know that you work through people to help people. And we thank you, Father, for our city council and our government persons who yield themselves to help people, empowered by your Holy Spirit to do your will in the world today. We thank you, Father God, for blessing our nation and our national leaders, our state leaders, our city leaders, our school district leaders, and give us all wisdom and knowledge and understanding that we might know what to do, when to do it, how to do it, as well as what not to do. But we want to be doers of your word, not hearers only. And, oh God, we praise and thank you, Father God, for our benevolent people who live in our country and our city, who look out for the affairs of the persons who live here, not only people who live in good houses, but those we're concerned about are those who don't have houses, those who are living under the bridge, those who don't have a place, those who feed the hungry, those who work in the hospitals and the nursing homes, and those who are the first responders who are willing to go out in spite of this pandemic to do good to others, our city workers. And Lord God, even though those who went out to the game, we saw thousands and thousands who did not wear a mask, those who played the game, who trusted in you to take care of them without a mask. But we thank you for those who trust in you with the mask, with the vaccine, with social distancing. Give us wisdom to know what to do, when to do it, how to do it, as well as what not to do. And we do it as good neighbors without subsidizing really others. But Lord God, we thank you for your divine guidance. And we encourage others to take the vaccine, encourage others to wear the mask, encourage others. And we thank you, Father God, for the doctors and the nurses who discover the vaccine. And may we have faith enough to take it and do what is right. But Lord God, above all, give us wisdom, knowledge, understanding, that we might know what to do, when to do it, how to do it, as well as what not to do, as we do it in your name and for your glory and for the benefits of others. In Jesus' name we ask it by faith we consider it done. Amen.
Reverend Anatone, thank you, sir, and thank Friendship Baptist, who under your leadership continues to serve this community in so many ways. We thank you. If you would, please join me, rise and join me as we pledge allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We've just been notified that Councilor Thomas has also joined the meeting virtually. So we now have 9 councilors in attendance, even though they're joining us from home. And of course, the reason they're joining us from home, some of them are because of their concern for the COVID virus that continues to be a presence that we have to deal with, not just throughout the country and around the world, but right here in Columbus. Our numbers, and again, we really focus on the trends just so that we can see which direction it's going, when it plateaus, how quickly it's ascending, or hopefully how quickly it is descending. But we are at about 1,900, a little over 1,900 cases per 100,000 individuals over a 2-week period, which is about very close to the highest we've been. The hospitalization rate continues to be manageable, but it is absorbing a lot of the beds in our hospitals. We're over 120 people that have been diagnosed with COVID who are currently in all of our combined area hospitals. Anecdotally, I understand that the Omicron virus, which is putting most of the folks there, has so far, with most people, been a little less severe. So there's fewer people on ventilators and there's fewer people in ICU with COVID. Of course, as we've stated before, the biggest challenge is that there's a lot of folks that have non-COVID related medical needs, and they are either taking up some of the ICU rooms, or they can't get in the hospital right now at all. So again, we'd urge you to do what you've been doing and double down on it. I know you're tired of all the social distancing talk and the hand washing and specifically the masks and talk of vaccines, but you know, I just encourage you to try to do your best to keep those things in mind, and check with your doctor. I mean, don't listen to politicians and people that are telling you to get vaccinated, but go visit your doctor. If your doctor says that it's safe for you, then we would ask you to prayerfully consider heeding their advice. So anyway, we're doing better than most. We keep track of what's going on with other cities of similar size, and because of the way the people of this community reacted, we continue to, as we've said, be a footnote, not a headline. I will tell you that we are still requiring in government buildings the wearing of masks. Counselors are allowed to take them off when they're talking, as long as they're in the plexiglass areas that will deflect some of this. And the reason we do that is actually for the citizens, because we are trying to keep our employees safe, and first of all, because we care about them, we want to make sure they stay safe, but also because if they're out sick, they cannot provide the services that our citizens expect when they come in to visit our buildings. So bear with us. We don't want to wear them any longer than we have to, and as soon as we get back to a level where we think the numbers are safe to begin making them optional, we'll do that. Council, the minutes from the December 14 meeting are in your packet. Motion approved from Mayor Pro Tem, second from Councilor Crabb. Any edits, any comments? All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, Madam Clerk, you're counting the votes for the councilors that join us virtually. All right, we have a proclamation to issue to Micah's promise, and I'm going to ask Mayor Pro Tem Allen to read that in the record.
Thank you, Mayor. It's my privilege to read this proclamation.
Is anybody here from the Jack and Jill, Columbus chapter of Jack and Jill, or with the Red Sand Project? Okay, I'm sorry. Micah's promise? Okay, come on up front, please. Sorry. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank y'all for having us. This is Dr. Brett Murphy-Dawson. She sits on our board. And I'm Landy Suddeth. I'm the development director. Bobby Starr, the executive director, is on her way. But
Okay.
Well, on behalf of the mayor and the council, we thank you for all you do in this effort. It's a tremendous effort, and it's grown too much over the years, and it's a great concern to everyone. So with that, I'd like to publish the proclamation, which reads as follows. Whereas January is Human Trafficking Awareness Month, in 2011, President Barack Obama issued a presidential proclamation declaring National Human Trafficking Awareness Day is observed annually on January 11th. And whereas the commercial sexual exploitation of children is a form of human trafficking or modern-day slavery, and 300,000 American children are victims of or vulnerable to sex trafficking yearly in the United States. And whereas in 2019, over 1,000 children in the state of Georgia were identified as victims of sex trafficking, with 86% girls and 14% boys. And whereas over 90% of the victims have childhood histories of sexual abuse, and 85 to 89% had a history of foster care system. The average age of victims in the time of their initial exploitation was 13 years old. And whereas since 2014, Micah's Promise has committed to educating and mobilizing the community through public and private community trainings, facilitating prevention curriculum with middle and high school students, increasing the local collaboration and partnerships to address the issue of commercial sexual exploitation of children. And whereas Micah's Promise is partnering with the Columbus Consolidated Government and Columbus, Georgia chapter of Jack and Jill of America, Inc. on an annual Red Sand project to bring awareness to the issue of human trafficking. And whereas Jack and Jill of America, Inc. is a membership organization of mothers and children ages 2 to 19 dedicated to nurturing future African American leaders by strengthening children through leadership development, volunteer service, philanthropic giving, and civic duty. And whereas Micah's Promise is an official partner agency with its Georgia statewide human trafficking task force, and whereas Micah's Promise is dedicated to providing an environment for transformational, life-changing, or for child victims of sexual exploitation. And whereas Micah's Promise broke ground on the therapeutic treatment facility and will open to serve survivors in 2022. Now, therefore, our mayor, Skip Henderson of Columbus, Georgia, does hereby proclaim Tuesday, January 11th, 2022 as Micah's Promise Day.
Good morning.
Good morning. You made it just in time.
I'm a little short of breath. We got some confusing information that y'all were completely online, so we ran to the office, then we ran back here. How much time do I have? A couple of minutes?
No, just run through what y'all are doing. You've got to take a few minutes.
Awesome. I'm so glad to see y'all in person. It has been, I know for everybody last year was a really, really tough year. And for Micah's Promise, though, we ended the year on a huge win. We've raised what we need to build this therapeutic treatment facility, and it's been such a long journey. But I do want to tell y'all that the issue of sex trafficking of children has not decreased. It has only increased, and especially because during COVID, children were at home and online more than ever before, and that's where the majority of perpetrators are. They are online. And I just wanted to update y'all, and for a lot of people who don't understand this issue, every child is vulnerable to being sexually exploited when they have access to the internet. So that's the number one way that children are on-ramped into trafficking, but it's also very important for our community to know and understand that the second largest way that children are on-ramped into sex trafficking is through acquaintances, through people who build relationships with them, and then exploit them. And then the third major way in Georgia that children are sexually exploited is by their family. So I want that to sink in because in Georgia, 25% of sex trafficking of children is perpetrated by a family member. And of those 25% of trafficking in Georgia, 25% of that is mothers. From what we have from the research and the statistics in the state of Georgia, the average age of a child who is sex trafficked by their mother is 5. Very sobering. Last year, there were 26 children identified in the Chattahoochee Judicial District as sex trafficking victims. In our state, there are currently only 40 therapeutic long-term treatment beds, and we are adding 12 to that. So it's a very low number of beds when in 2019 we had over 1,000 children identified as sex trafficking victims. Now the average age in Georgia is 13, but when you look at familial trafficking, it's at a much younger age because those mothers either have drug addiction issues or this was something that it was a lifestyle that has been a generational thing for them. And then of that 25% of trafficking in Georgia, 58% are other family members. So that could be a sibling, a cousin, an uncle. So it's just very important to know. But I'll end on a good note, and the good note is y'all care. Y'all have cared for years. And the more our community learns about this issue and cares about it, the better we're going to be able to protect our children. The other important thing to know about these victims is they have poly-victimization. So that means that if our DFACS understands that these children oftentimes have a history with a history of neglect findings by DFACS, and they have a childhood history of sexual abuse and witnessing domestic violence, then we know that these are children that we need to have our eyes on. And then the other good news is, yes, we've broken ground, and we hope to open in September, and I just can't tell you how thrilled I am about that. Again, I'm so excited that our community is really understanding this and wanting to get behind us. Today, we're going to have a red sand project outside. Once City Council ends, we're going to pour red sand in the concrete, and that's just symbolically letting people know that we are standing in the gap for the vulnerable and marginalized in our community. And we invite everybody to come to that. And also on January 20th, we're going to be all the way down 2nd Avenue. All the businesses are getting involved, and we're going to light up 2nd Avenue in red sand. So we invite you all to come to that as well. But thank you again.
Thank you, Bobby. You want to come up here for the proclamation?
Yes. Oh. And this is Landy Suddeth, our development director, and this is Dr. Brett Murphy Dawson and Randallette Williams. I had her so confused. I was telling her it was online, so she would have been here.
Yeah, we would invite everybody to come back after the council meeting for that red sand project. It's really pretty interesting visual reminder of how much attention we need to be providing to this issue. We thank you, Bobby. All right, one last announcement before we move on to the city attorney's agenda. I want to remind everybody that coming up on the 17th will be the Dream Lives MLK celebration for 2022. And of course, this year, like last year, we've had to deal with a hurdle, and that is COVID. So the primary, although we're going to incorporate in the Journey Towards Justice exhibit that's going to be presented at the Columbus Museum, and we urge you to go check out that exhibit. It's really an amazing one. But we'll have a candlelight processional that begins at the Liberty Theater, proceeds to the Prince Hall Masonic Temple, and at 6:40, and there'll be music and a keynote speaker, and we would invite everybody to join us on the 17th at 6:40. The processional will start at 6 o'clock. For you runners and bikers, there's also some competition out there. I know Big Dog is putting on a 5K, and I think there's a bike, not really a race, but a bike ride through that area as well. So, all right, we'll move on to the city attorney's agenda.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and Happy New Year, everybody. Since I've got small grandchildren watching, Mayor, I'm going to give one shout out. Go, you hairy dogs. We got a big agenda to get through. The first item up is a zoning vote for property at 4020 J Street. It's ready for adoption.
All right, there's a motion from Councilor Barnes, and I heard a second from Councilor Crabb. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Folks online, all right, and that is approved.
Ms. Clerk, were you able to get all the votes on that? Yes. Okay. The next item, Mayor, is zoning at 6301, 6313 Macon Road.
Motion to approve, and by Councilor Crabb, and second from the Mayor Pro Tem. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Madam Clerk? All in favor? All right, that passes unanimously.
Okay, number 3 on our agenda is this is the underlying zoning for cell tower use and a couple of other uses.
We have a motion for denial from Councilor Crabb, seconded by Councilor House. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor of denial will indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Madam Clerk? All are for denial, so that is denied.
All right, that item's denied for the record. Okay, Mayor, fourth item we've got, just need a vote to let the Columbus Aquatics Commission meet quarterly.
Motion approved from the Mayor Pro Tem, second from Councilor House, to change the meeting frequency for the Aquatic Board. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Are there any opposed? All right, those in our virtual attendees are all in favor as well. That's approved.
Okay, we do have some zoning public hearings, Mayor. We'll run through those. First one up is the Sonic Development petition at 6100 Whitesville Road, going to general commercial with conditions. It's the Planning Department recommends conditional approval. PAC recommends approval. Mr. George Mize is here on behalf of the applicant. Are there any questions around the table?
Doesn't appear so.
All right, anybody in the audience want to be heard on this petition? 6100 Whitesville Road. Don't see any hands, Mayor. We will bring that back then in 2 weeks, Mr. Mize, at the 5:30 meeting. Thank you, sir. The next zoning hearing is for property at 1163 Henry Avenue. It's going to general commercial, recommended for approval. Darrell Atkins is the applicant. Mr. Atkins here, all right. This is for auto truck broker. Any questions around the table? Petitioner is here. All right, we've got questions.
Oh, yes. All right, Councilor Davis wants to speak on it.
Well, you want to let the applicant come up first, or you want to hear questions?
Okay, well, let's let, after Councilor Davis, he'll be allowed to speak, I guess, as soon as the proponent makes their statement.
Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
I was trying to comment on the last request on Whitesville Road.
Yes, sir.
I was going to ask for a delay to keep it on first reading until Councilor Garrett and I have a chance to sit down and to understand the request a little bit more. I'm a little cautious right now until I'm not against the development as it stands, but I'm a little concerned about rezoning the I'm a little concerned about rezoning the property general commercial, a blanket commercial without some conditions on that, being that it's right next to a neighborhood, and I'd like to really understand that a little bit better.
Okay. Is that a motion?
It's only on first reading. The first reading can be delayed, but
Yeah, if you wish to delay the first reading, we can, or you could, we could use the 2 weeks between now and the second reading to get those questions answered. And then if they're not answered satisfactorily, then delay the second reading.
Well, I'd like to be able to sit down with the applicant and make sure, with the intention of maybe have some conditions on the property. I just need to sit down and have that conversation with the applicant about it. If we can do it in that amount of time under the conditions we're in right now, I don't have a problem.
Well, it's your decision, Counselor, whichever way you'd rather go.
Well, I think the appropriate thing would probably be to keep it on first reading until we have a chance to sit down and talk with the applicant.
Okay. So your motion is to leave it on first reading and delay for how long?
I thought he said 2 weeks would be enough time to get questions answered.
Okay, I'm having a hard time understanding what he's saying through the electronic.
So we'll leave it as is. It'll be back on second reading. It can be delayed further if necessary.
Okay, and that's okay with you, Counselor Davis?
Keep it on second reading until we have a clearer understanding of it.
Right, it'll
Okay.
come back on second reading, but you've got 2 weeks to get
Yeah.
questions answered. If that's not enough, we can delay it further.
Okay. All right, we'll do that then. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, now, the Henry Avenue petition, Mr. Atkins, you want to come up to the podium and give your name and address? Tell the council a little bit about the project.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for having us. My name is Darren Atkins. I reside at 5242 Verdon Court, Columbus, Georgia, 31907.
Good morning, sir. My name is Brenda Ewelike. I reside at 525 Valley Crest Court, Columbus, Georgia.
Now, the purpose of the rezoning was because the state of Georgia requires certain limitations on how an auto broker will run the business itself. So here at 1163, we have individual addresses, and I believe we're asking for the general commercial so we can get them changed to suites, so that me and my sister could combine our businesses together so that she can run her auto broker services and I can continue to run my service.
Okay. I don't see any questions from council.
Okay. I think we got somebody here that wants to be heard. So let's, if y'all just have a seat, we'll see if there are any neighbors or any other questions or opposition. Give your name and address for the record, please, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Nancy Hadley. I live at 2221 Marion Street, which is actually the block that this petition is for. And it is that I understand that this is a neighborhood that is both residential and commercial. My home, when I first moved into it 22 years ago, was listed as both commercial and residential. I actually lived there, so of course I chose residential. This particular block on Marion Street is often used as a cut-through street for most people that don't even live in this neighborhood. So we're constantly battling people that don't live there, just cut through this street at high rates of speed. We are concerned. There's like 4 other homeowners on this particular block that are concerned about additional non-residential people coming into this neighborhood because of this business. There currently are businesses in this particular petition, a laundromat, a little side store that actually serve this particular community, so, and have been there since prior to my moving there. I am concerned about the numbers of people that will be coming into this neighborhood and the traffic and the loudness as well, what that will bring to this particular block.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Any other, you don't have to make any further presentation unless we've got questions. Anybody else in the audience want to be heard? If you'd raise your hand. Okay.
Sir, if I may say something, sir?
Yes, sir.
Me and my sister has been in this neighborhood for years. We have ran the daycare that used to be right there on 2310 Francis Street since 2002. We currently own and operate the daycare that sits at the end of this plaza on the other end of the store itself. You know, and we have been there since 2007. And the only thing that we're trying to do is just combine my sister and my business together. We tried to purchase a lot, but with COVID, of getting the lot on, was it Casita Road or Fort Benning Road, was almost impossible. Nobody would ever call us back. There would be no trafficking as far as putting cars out here in this lot itself. The purpose is just for us to be able to print off titles and licenses, and pay for taxes.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. I think that's all the hands, Mayor. We will bring that matter back in 2 weeks at the 5:30 meeting for a vote. Thank y'all for being here.
If you'll hold on just a second, sir. I think Councilor Huff wanted to make a comment. Councilor?
Okay.
Bruce, you might want to text Lindsay when you
Okay.
want to text this.
Okay.
Yeah, I just text both of them saying Bruce wants to speak.
Councilor Huff, y'all are online with us. So, Councilor Huff, you had a comment?
Yes, is the petitioner still there?
They are.
Yeah.
Okay, what I wanted to say, if you could get the clerk to give them my number and get their number, so I could give them a call and we could sit down with the petitioner and the resident that was in opposition, so we could talk about it between now and next meeting.
Okay. Lindsay, can you get the information from the opponent? All right, we'll do that, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next zoning hearing up is property at 323 16th Street. It's going from light manufacturing to general commercial. That's the request. I'm sorry, and the general commercial to Uptown. Uptown is the request. Recommended approval by Planning and Planning Advisory. It's a Henson petition. I think Mr. Henson is here. Are there any questions around the table?
None here. Madam Clerk, any online that? No, there doesn't appear to be any.
All right. Anybody in the audience want to be heard on this petition at 323 16th Street? Don't see any hands. We'll bring it back, Mr. Henson, in 2 weeks for a vote at 5:30. Thank you for being here. All right, Mayor, this next item has, of course, there's been a lot of discussion and meetings with landlords. This would be an ordinance to establish new requirements for disposing of solid waste removed pursuant to an eviction, establish certain new penalties. We're going to call over Ms. Lisa Goodwin, Deputy City Manager, to run through the history of this and see if there are any questions.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
We are excited to be able to bring forth this ordinance, one that was full of compromise and with both the landlords that we have worked with as well as the city. And we want to just be able to go through this with you of what is in the ordinance. We've been dealing with this for several months. And we believe that we've come to a point where we think this is going to be best for the entire community, where we will not see what we have seen in the past with all of the trash and the debris thrown throughout the community and blown and picked through. And so this is a good compromise that we think we all can live with. And what's currently in this ordinance on first reading is in Section A. Section A outlines the property, where the property or the debris is to be placed on the property. It will be unlawful to place on the right-of-way, sidewalks, or the streets. All debris removal from the property must be placed on private property. That's the big thing in Section A. Section B literally just waives the landfill tipping fees. We are allowing landlords to be able to, within that 3-day period, to take the eviction material to our landfill. They must, of course, show proof that it is an eviction, and they, of course, have the writ of execution for that and other paperwork that they can take to show that it is from an eviction. And it has to be, of course, from the eviction here in the city of Columbus. Section C of the ordinance outlines that eviction materials must be removed from the premises within 3 business days or be cited by our Codes and Enforcement Division. The contractor can be retained by the city to remove the debris, and the property owner will be invoiced for the cost and the removal of the eviction materials. If the invoice remains unpaid for more than 30 days, a lien and sale of property can take place. That, of course, is nothing new. We do that in other cases where liens are placed on property for failure to pay particular things, or if the city has to go in and do the work. It's not moving.
Councilor Crabb, did you want to ask your question now, or did you?
I have two questions, but I'll just bring up a couple questions about A and B. If the property is put on, if the debris is put on private property and not picked up during those 3 business days, then how does the city come in and take debris off of private property?
We will actually contract that with a third-party vendor, and they will go in because it's no different than solid waste that is currently on private property. We go in, if the property owner fails to remove it, then we go in and clean it up. We will mitigate that issue.
Okay, so there's not a legal issue for us doing that?
I will.
Is there any legal issue for us doing that, taking debris
No.
off of private property?
The code enforcement official will be present also when that happens, so.
So it will be considered a nuisance, and so we can mitigate the problem.
Okay,
All right.
sounds good. And then for the waiver of the tipping fees, you talk about the documents, to provide documents. Most of these documents are provided to the landlord. The landlord has the writs and all this kind of stuff, but the landlord is not the one who's going to be at the dumping site. It will be someone that they hire. So what type of documents could that person have other than, the writ, in order to show that this was an eviction? Could the landlord provide their, the person that they hired with the case number, or what, and like the case number and the date? Or how would that
I'm going to
documentation
ask
be?
Director Joe Short to answer that.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
All we would require is that the landlord give their contractor something in writing with the landlord's signature stating the fact that it is in fact an eviction, giving the dates that the Sheriff's Department gives them the eviction date to and we'll calculate out the 3 days and we'll allow them to dump for free at that point.
Okay, sounds good. Can I just keep my mic on because I might have some more questions?
Okay.
Okay. Section D outlines that if the landlord contacts inspections and codes before the end of the 3rd business day, requesting that the city remove the debris, a $500 prepayment will be secured, and the city will have the contractor to remove the materials. If there is a cost above and beyond the $500, the property owner will receive an invoice with payment payable within the 30 days of the invoice date. You're going to have some properties that are going to just will not take more than $500 to remove it. You're going to have some with larger, piles of debris, and it's going to cost more. And so whatever that cost is, the property or the landlords will be responsible for that. And failure to pay within the 30-day period, again, will result in a citation for violation with penalties of a lien and sale of property if not paid. And Section E just literally says that each violation is punishable with a fine of $500 for the first offense and $1,000 for each subsequent offense. The new process will go into effect at the execution of this ordinance. And I really just want to take the time to thank those who have worked to make this possible, to include the landlord committee that was established, and Tom Calhoun was the chair of that committee. the Board of Realtors, and Fred Green is the chair of that board, and all the landlords that attended and provided input into this process. We certainly want to thank each of them. Our municipal court clerk, Reginald Thompson, was a part of this process. Sheriff Greg Countryman and his office, Ryan Pruitt, Inspections and Codes Director, Jarrell Short, the Director of Public Works, Lucy Sheftel, our Assistant City Attorney, certainly provided invaluable information and legal representation for us on this. And of course, Charmaine Crabb, our city councilor, who was just an expert in this area, and we could not have done it without her involvement. And so we thank each and every one of them for what they brought to the table and for getting us to this process. We do feel, again, that this ordinance, of course, was a compromise to making sure that we were able to listen to the landlords, but we also had to take into consideration those residences that live next to these properties that we've had to come in and really, come up with this process for, because we have to listen to the entire community. But I think that because of this, and as a result of this, we will see a community in neighborhoods that are going to be cleaner, because you're not going to have debris or trash that's sitting there days and weeks on end. And so thank you for helping us to get to this point.
Councilor Crabb, any more comments or questions?
Not at this time.
Okay. There are no other questions. Any questions from our councilors that are joining us virtually? Okay.
All right. We will, of course, that'll.
Yeah, we've got, yeah.
All right. Come on up. We've got some folks that want to be heard. Just give them your name and address for the record.
Good morning. My name is Fred Green, and I live at 745 Broadway here in Columbus, Georgia. I am a property manager by trade, have been for over 30 years in this fair city. I come to you as the property manager for Bickerstaff Parham, but also as property management chair for the Columbus Board of Realtors. Lisa's correct. We had numerous meetings about this, trying to come to some compromise that would work for all of us. We wanted to be part of the solution, not part of the problem, and that's why we got involved. For the most part, I think we made some good compromises. I do, however, have some concerns. One, I think, may be shared by some of our others in attendance, but when you evict someone from a property, the whole process is they've not paid you, and you come in and you remove their property from your property. That's why it's always been put on the right of way or on the sidewalk or something. There's been some discussion and contention about, does the tenant have the right for 24 hours to come back and get their stuff? I don't believe that they do. But if that's the thought process on this, if the purpose of the eviction is to remove them from the premises, and then you want to give them the right to come back on the premises to get their personal belongings, that kind of cancels each other out, doesn't it, in my opinion? I do have concern about that. I also have concern about the foreclosure, the lien. I certainly understand the lien. Y'all have been doing this for years, placing liens on property. Forcing it to sell or foreclose, I have a bit of an issue with that as well. City can certainly get their money when the property is sold. Those are my main concerns. But like I said, thank you, Lisa, for all your hard work. And Lucy, you were there too. And also Charmaine was really kept us informed, and I think that was half the battle, quite frankly. And I think the council learned something from us, and I think we learned something from them. So in closing, that's all I have to say. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Councilor Crabb?
Thank you. Lucy or attorney, city attorney, can you address those comments that he brought up about the right-of-way and the foreclosure of property? Because it was my understanding that it was really the debris property that could be sold. But are we talking about foreclosing on the actual property?
The only time there'd be a foreclosure would be if the lien was foreclosed on. I mean, this is one instance. The lien could be foreclosed on by the city, but, you
Okay,
know,
so the language in the ordinance talks about the sale of property. And, I mean, that was a concern of mine too, but I would really like that clarified for the record, what that actually means. That's the issue. I want clarification on when they talk about the property, or was it, I don't have that in front of me, the real estate.
yeah, talk a
Yes.
little bit about the sale under execution.
Right. The sale under execution language is what you will find several other places in the code for other nuisance cleanup, weed cleanup, other ordinances. And typically, the finance department handles recording the lien, and, you know, the city does not try to immediately foreclose, but if the property is sold, then they have a chance to recover the amount their lien is for.
Okay. Does that clarify it for you, Fred? Okay.
I mean, the history of these things, the property liens for weeds and other debris, demolition, a foreclosure by the city on a lien like that is rare. It could occur. We have the authority to do it in the charter, but usually it's taken care of when there's a sale of the property.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, hold on just a second. Mr. City Manager?
Mr. Mayor, and to the city attorney, I was going to say, and typically, you know, the city will place a lien on a property, and as bad as I don't want to say it, the lien may remain there for years and years and years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, and accumulate interest. And so we don't just go out and foreclose on property, but we do allow that lien to rest there and accumulate interest over many years. And the one thing that we'd like to do right now is clean up all of the properties where we do have liens. We have properties where, you know, a lien started out at $2,000, and now that lien is $15,000. But the principal was $2,000. And so the longer you let it rest, the more interest is going to accumulate, and then it gets to the point that the lien is more than the value of the property. Then that's a good time to foreclose. But we just don't, we don't have a history of doing that. So I just wanted you to know that we don't get a $3,000 lien or a $1,000 lien and go foreclose on anything. It'll be there for years.
Okay.
Good morning. Tom Calhoun, 121 Hartwood Drive, Catawba, Georgia. I'm the property manager at Flanoy & Calhoun Realtors. Back in late October, we had these meetings, and there was a concern with landlords, evictions, and trash. And as far as evictions are concerned, I think the biggest culprit was the labor shortage created by the pandemic. And you also had an eviction moratorium, so there were a backlog of evictions. That moratorium was lifted at the end of July, so you had a lot of bulk waste being brought to the right-of-way at the same time that you had a labor shortage with contractors and people that could pick it up. So, it was sort of a perfect storm, but the pandemic it's been an epic event, and it's probably a once-in-a-lifetime thing. It will pass. The labor shortage will get better, and I don't think it's good to ever enact a permanent policy based on a temporary problem. But nevertheless, here we are. We've been a part of the process, and we're going to try to grapple with this as an industry. But there's one change that I'd really like to ask all the counselors to seriously consider, and that is, and Fred alluded to it, is the whole purpose of an eviction, and the Sheriff's Department spoke on this back in October. Their sole duty is to allow a landlord to take back possession of their real estate. And it's always been that to do that, you take the tenant's personal belongings and you take them from the property and you place them on the right-of-way. In this ordinance, we're talking about taking the personal belongings out of a house and then putting them on the person's real estate. And the sheriffs have indicated that they've told tenants that if they come back on the real estate after an eviction, they're trespassing. And all evictions don't have to do with the non-payment of rent. A lot of them have to do with lease violations, property damage. Sometimes there's criminal conduct on a property, and a landlord goes through a long legal process to evict a tenant. And especially if there's been violations of the lease, problems with other tenants, they really don't want that tenant coming back onto their property, even for 24 hours, to meander around, gather belongings, what have you. So I think the 3-day period that has been agreed upon in which tenants, landlords have the right to, or landlords have the mandate to clear the right-of-way or clear the property, is going to solve the problem. But I really would ask council to reconsider placing the personal belongings and keeping them on the property. I think that's going to be problematic. I do have a picture here that I'd like to show you of a typical property in Lake Bottom, if I can work this machine. This is a property in Lake Bottom. As you can see, the right-of-way in this case is where the sidewalk is. If there were an eviction here, all of this area here, which is the city right-of-way, would be used to place belongings. And under the ordinance, the landlord, would have 3 days to remove the belongings. But under the current ordinance, the landlord would be directed to place the property, the tenant's personal property, on the landlord's property, not the right-of-way. So they would have to put the belongings in this parking lot, maybe a small strip here where there's hedges, not much room here. They can't block the driveway here, which goes back to the other tenants' units. And there's no place to put it. There's no place on the landlord's property to place the belongings that's not going to interrupt the tenants. So as a practical matter, and I know that this has been sort of hastily looked at, I really would ask the council to consider going back to the traditional way. I think, you know, the way that the ordinance reads is that it's unlawful for a property owner to place the belongings on the city right away. In this case, the sheriff's going to have no other choice but to direct them to put it here. So who's going to be at fault? So, and I'll leave you this picture, but I just think that they really need to think through that, and I ask that that part of the provision be eliminated. Thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Hughley.
Mr. Mayor, first, let me thank Deputy City Manager Lisa Goodwin for leading this effort, and all of those who worked with her, Councilor Crabb and Mr. Green, Mr. Calhoun, and all of those, and you've done a great work, and the proposal has been vetted, the proposal ordinance, and brought before you, and I would ask that you stay the course with the ordinance, of course, and we are at this point because the people of this community were sick and tired. The people of this community were sick and tired. You saw the first photo that Deputy City Manager Lisa Goodwin placed on the screen, but them being sick and tired made you sick and tired. That's why we would get calls from you and the pressure from you to go clean this street up. And sometimes it come late Friday, and you would say, council members, you cannot let this go through the weekend. That's the pressure they put on us, the staff. You cannot let this go. And we would, in a pandemic, we would shut down resources out there working for the citizens to do certain things. Stop what you're doing, helping the citizens out there, and come down here because the mayor or council members have called us and they want this cleaned up before we go into the weekend. Shut down, so the citizens are being shortchanged somewhere in the community because we shut down teams, work crews to come and do it because it's spread all over the community. And so citizens are sick and tired, you're sick and tired, and we've come to what we believe we can work together to make it better. Because I told some of them if we were to invite citizens to comment on what they think, we'd have to hold a meeting at the Civic Center. We would have to hold the meeting at the Civic Center if we said, citizens, come and tell them why you want this. I mean, they'd come out of the woodwork. We'd have to shut down the council chambers, go to the Civic Center to hear from them. We're on the right track, I believe, and we need to give this ordinance a chance. And I just urge you to support it. And if we don't, you're going to start hearing from citizens all over again, and then you're going to start calling us, and then we're going to remind you that you changed their ordinance, you changed the course. And so I think this is the right way, and so I urge mayor and council to just give this a chance to work. Give it a chance to work.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I'm certainly not against the ordinance. I think we've compromised a lot. This is the first reading here, and I think that the landlords can deal with the 3-day period in which to remove the belongings. That's going to save the city a lot of money. But I do think that the city right of way it's been done forever that way, and I think that ought to be looked into. But anyway, thank you for your time, and we appreciate it.
Mr. Calhoun, appreciate what you and the other members of that committee have done, and I feel certain if you run into a situation like the one you just showed, during the filing, if there's some kind of comment made, as the city manager mentioned, we need to start. It's work in progress. If there's any things that just don't work out logistically or geographically, you need to let them know up front.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Don and my wife Teresa Johnston, 1907 18th Avenue.
I agree that something does have to be done. This has all come to a head because of, as he said before, this perfect storm of lack of employees, and then all the evictions happening that were on hold. But we're not only seeing this problem with the waste, we're also seeing it with yard waste. So it's a similar situation. And again, I think it all goes back to the lack of the employees to pick up the waste. My biggest concern is, again, with that property being placed on our property and residents coming back. We have had issues with drug activity. Of course, when you rent to someone, you don't realize that's what they're into, and they may not be, and then eventually get into it. And so you don't want them back on the property. Not only that, we have several properties where there is no place to put that waste. And the city right-of-way is the only place to put it. I also would like clarification on that 3 days of removal. I was under the impression that the resident was able to come back and remove their property after it's been placed out for 3 days, and that we couldn't move it until after that 3-day waiting period. Is that correct?
Wasn't my understanding.
It says within in the ordinance now,
Yeah,
but I know that there
frankly
were
thought
previous
I always
discussions.
thought the 3 days was put in there to help the landlords instead of telling them they had to get it out of there the minute it's put on the street.
But the resident can still go back within that 3 days and remove anything they want, correct?
It depends
Let
on
me
what your lease
explain
says.
the strategy behind the ordinance and how it fits with the state law. The state law basically says that once the property is set back, it will be deemed abandoned, which means the landlord's not responsible if there's any damage or theft of the property. However, there are also cases that suggest that for a reasonable period, the tenant has the ability to recover the property. That's not specified. 24 hours has been found to be sufficient in certain cases. What we have elected to do with this ordinance is leave it to the landlord and their attorneys to feel, when they feel comfortable, totally removing the property. All the city is saying is, we know that 3 days is more than enough, and we expect it to be gone from the property after the 3 business days.
And when we get the eviction notice, I feel that's enough time on that day we put it out. The tenant has plenty of warning to get the stuff out.
Right.
That's how it's always been.
That's y'all's call. Once the sheriff leaves and it's set out, you determine when within the 3 days it's to be removed. If
So
you-
at this particular time, though, when we're setting property out, we have to put it in bags, which I have no problem with that. But we also have to provide tarps if it's raining or going to rain to protect that property. So if we still, and you're saying that we have the discretion of within 3 days of doing that. My question is if when the sheriff is there and we're pulling that property out, can we immediately put it into a dumpster or pickup trucks or whatever to haul that off? Or do we have to give the tenant additional time to go on our property and remove it?
I believe that would be at your discretion on what the lease says. I've been told by an attorney that is planning to write a stipulation that for me to add to my leases, that at the time of move out, that all debris left behind they're abandoning it. It's considered abandoned, and that it can be removed from the premises from the landlord without penalty or something, something to that. I'm not going to write it. I'm going to have an attorney write it for me so that it sticks. But then what that will do is it'll free me to be able to, when the sheriff comes, it can be just put right into a truck and be taken away day one.
Okay. Yeah, I understand.
So I recommend everybody, get with an attorney, and I'm going to get with Fred and hopefully talk to the Forms Committee for the Georgia Association of Realtors so that it will be added to our documents. That stipulation will be written by a Georgia Association of Realtors attorney and added to our leases so that that can happen automatically. So I recommend, if you're not a member of the Georgia Association of Realtors and you have your own attorney, have your attorney write some of that language in there to give you that freedom.
So we are free then if that's already in our lease and we take it out, we can immediately get rid of it if that is already in our language, correct? There's no penalty from the city.
I can't give you legal advice. So
That's
talk to
your legal
attorney.
call. All the city is saying is that it will be set out and it won't be on the public right-of-way, and within 3 business days, it will be gone. Those are our only local
And
requirements.
did I hear the attorney say that after the 3 days, the sheriff will come back out?
Well, actually, inspection and codes will come back out.
Right.
Okay, and then,
Let's be clear about this. The state law says that the landlord can designate the placement of the personal property on some portion of the landlord's property or on other property as may be designated by the landlord. That's the truck. If you got it right there,
okay.
you say put it in the truck, that's where it can go. And the
Gotcha.
state law allows that.
But at one meeting, Ms. Crab, I thought, said that they could take us to court. Is that not right, the tenants, if we touch it before the 3 days?
It depends on what your lease says.
okay.
Yeah,
regarding the
and
lease.
discuss that with your attorney. I'm just
That's your
telling you
call.
what the state law says.
Okay, and I have 2 other questions. You're saying the fee starts at $500 for the third party to come in if we elect to have that happen, plus. So what is the fee structure? How many is it? I mean, how are we determining how much it's going to cost to evict a tenant?
That is based purely on what the fees of the vendor will be. We don't know, depends on the amount of debris that you have out there. It starts at $500. It could be $1,000. We don't know. We're not saying a low of $500 and a high of $2,000. It all depends on what's out there and what they charge. And so we're not telling them that there's a cap.
So have they provided you with that information yet?
No.
So we won't know until, surprise, here's your bill.
Yeah.
And
Because we don't have that information. Again, and they won't know that until they're out there to look at what they have to deal with.
so are we dealing with just one particular vendor? Have we already found a vendor? Are there several vendors who are going to be doing this?
There are several vendors. Right now, we have about maybe 18 vendors that currently we have contracted with. These are the same vendors that's doing bulk waste pickup for us that we've contracted over the last year. And so these are the same ones that we're dealing with.
So it's a big question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. And what if that third-party vendor goes on our property and removes the property, but say there's a fence in there and they damage the fence as they were pulling stuff out?
Well, the third-party vendor will be under the supervision of the Inspection and Codes Department. And they will be responsible, but, protected by their bond and for their work. And the landlord would not be responsible for any of their acts.
Yeah, again, my biggest concern is having that property and the tenant coming on to my property after they've been evicted, especially if it's for some sort of violent type thing, and they're still there.
One other thing, and I disagree with the city manager said about the trash to begin with. All this trash just started 2 years ago. I mean, hadn't been going on for 3 years or 4 years. This just started because it's been, the COVID. And the reason so much trash, because the city don't pick it up. I don't like it no more than you do, but this just occurred 2 years ago. And one other thing on the evictions, used to when a tenant, we do a writ, the tenant, when they file an answer, they must pay the rent in the court. They quit that 20 years ago. We wouldn't be here in this situation if the tenant would pay the rent, when they file an answer.
This is just an additional burden that's placed on us because the tenant has no reason to move out. They know how long this process is going to take. So if they're not having to pay their portion of the rent that was due, for that particular reason, then we're held up in court because, and they have no obligation. They can just hang out.
Well, and Mayor, let me just correct you. I've been city manager 17 years, and this did not start with the city being behind on bulk waste eviction issues, putting it out on the right of way and people going through it and it's staying out there for weeks. This has been going on since I've been here. And we can pull the records to show you that it has been going on. It's just that it has gotten to a point that people are sick and tired.
Yeah,
it's been going on, and so it's either going to be put on your property or the right-of-way in front of your property, and that right-of-way belongs to the people. So it's on your property or the people's property.
And I have no problem with a time period that has to be done, because we as landlords, if we saw that there was an issue, we've evicted people and it would just be piled high with stuff. We've gone to lunch and come back, almost all of it's gone.
That's right.
And then we just have a small little thing to pick up.
Yeah.
And it works itself out. Not everyone does that.
I know, right. But I'm saying to you, what you just explained has been going on for 30 years.
That's not just landlord. This could be someone moving their something out.
Absolutely.
Between garages.
Absolutely.
So,
Yeah.
and I asked Ms. Gibson, where did the money go? Before we paid all these taxes, and nobody can answer that question years ago.
Well, that's not something that taxpayers should pay for.
Well, but
An eviction and going out and getting the things that you have put out on the curb for eviction, taxpayers are not paying for it. They pay to collect their waste, not private property owners evicting someone and putting it out on the curb.
Ms. Kraft said in one of the meetings that once this gets passed, they're gonna do the same thing to the residential. They stick a couch or a refrigerator out, they're gonna get charged $500.
Well,
So that's not the same taxes?
Well, the direction that we are moving, we are going to pick that up as part of what they pay for their waste collection fee on a monthly basis. But we will be moving towards when you put a couch or white good out, you call us, just like they do in Phoenix City and then in Tennessee and some other places. But if you put a couch out, instead of our drivers riding around and say, oh, there's a couch there on a particular day that you received that service, you would dial 311 to let them know there's a couch to be picked up. And then they create the route and they're as efficient as they can be and they go and get it. But there is no cost to them for that because that's part of their waste collection fee.
Okay, so we're not moving towards that. But I'm saying it's not just evictions where we have all this waste out there. It's also people who have moved out of a house because they've sold it and they've left their stuff. So,
family, whatever.
Yeah.
If they've moved, if a person who is paying the monthly fee calls and says, I put a washer or a dryer out, then we want to go pick that up.
How about a whole house full of stuff?
Yeah, say
That's
grandma
what we
passed
say.
away
Grandma
and they're
passed
putting stuff out.
Well,
and, I mean, that is also part of what we're seeing now. It's not just
if they put
evictions.
a whole house, that's a different matter, and I don't know that we experience people putting the whole house out, but we'll cross that bridge if we get there.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
morning. John Weddington, 4513 Gladys Drive, Columbus. I wanted to speak on this matter as well. I own a small property in the Rose Hill area. I'm not with one of the bigger firms, just a small landlord. So having this burden placed on the landlord to store a tenant's property who's already in default or violated a lease or not paid rent is huge to a small landlord like myself, not to mention the liability of setting that tenant's personal items back on my property often becomes a community yard sale where whoever chooses to pick through it just comes on my property now and creates a new liability for myself, where if they're picking through that and they injure their back and they want to sue me because they're on their property, or they fell down while they were moving a couch off my property and now all of a sudden it's my problem, or they got bit by a dog on my property because they came on my property. That liability, I don't believe, should be the landlord's. I do agree there's an inordinate amount of trash in the area that has not been picked up, and I understand that the shortage has caused these things. And I did see where the city has hired extra contractors and are paying people to come pick the debris up, but they just cannot find the manpower for it. That being said, I already do pay for the city to collect garbage and bulk waste as the landlord. So I don't understand why we get charged another fee to collect more bulk waste, especially for property that's not even mine. It's the tenants that's left behind. And currently, the sheriff says you must set it on the curb and you can't touch it until the sheriff leaves. I'd love to write it in my lease where I can just load it straight on a trailer and take it to the dump, but that's not how it's written in the sheriff. I just did an eviction 3 days ago. The sheriff will not let you touch the property that you've set out until he leaves. So I understand that there's a general rule of 24 hours for the tenant to come back. I haven't had the problem where as soon as the sheriff leaves, people start picking through and then I load what I have to on the truck to take to the dump.
Mm-hmm.
Further, they said all you need is a note to come dump property from the landlord to sign it. So you've opened up the dump to a contractor who also owns property like myself. I could just write a note and say, this is a eviction dump, so all my dump fees are waived. I mean, that's unscrupulous, but could be well abused.
No, because we're coordinating with the sheriff's office, and if you tell us that, we're going to send the sheriff to get you.
Well, what she said was all you need a note that says, I did an eviction today.
Yeah, but I'm saying that eviction has to.
Okay, so you're going to double check the writs versus the dump?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And if we find that you did that, the sheriff is going to come visit with you.
All right, that's perfect. And how can you distinguish the difference between an eviction property and just general bulk waste?
Well, let me just say this. The ordinance is going to pass, and we are going to.
The ordinance is going to pass, so there's no point in me speaking it. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir.
Okay, does anybody else want to be heard? Come on up, sir.
My name's Louis Robinson. I come on behalf of myself as a landlord. Mr. City Manager, I agree with you on a lot of those things, but I disagree with you on some of it. We're affected as landlords and as just a member of the community. But we have an interest that is far superior in cost than what most people realize. We've had trash problems forever. That will always happen. But if we don't get together like we have, and first I want Mr. Calhoun, Mr. Green did an excellent job, and Mr. Crabb, y'all are all doing an excellent job. But we need to think it through on these technicalities. I'd like to see an ordinance pass. And I think this one should pass if it has some adjustments. But this basically refers to evictions as it stands out. I'm not a lawyer and don't pretend to be. I have great lawyers for that. And eventually I'll probably take this ordinance to my lawyer to see where am I protected. Because I can protect myself mostly with insurance. But here we got a situation, we're dealing with code. How much input did code enforcement have on this? That's just one of the questions. Because we as landlords, we are trying to file the court. Now, most of us turned over to the lawyer for an eviction. And then the sheriff tells you where he's gonna put stuff. So, I mean, if there's conflicts there, it should be in the ordinance itself. Also in the ordinance, it should say evictions, by the court. In other words, legal evictions. But what about all the others? I mean, it's probably more people setting out stuff on the street than it goes through evictions. So how we know it, landlords who might not know it, we don't go by all our properties all the time. Is this a part of this ordinance going to show for evictions and how the rest of it get thrown in there? Because we're going to end up getting caught on it as landlords because of the cost, not just the cost, but the threat of all of a sudden having a lien on our property that we don't, necessarily understand how it's going to get there if we're not notified properly. Because even on the non-evictions, sometimes it doesn't happen often, but it does happen. Code will see something like that. They just say all these household goods are all of a sudden on the street. It was no legal eviction. But then all of a sudden I get a letter and I have a certain amount of time under that code. Does this ordinance incorporate that so that I'll have proper time to do this so I won't have the threat of these things? And I don't want the threat of code anyway, because I want the same thing that every other residents want. I just want clean streets and that type of thing. But I think that we're missing some of the points, of the fine points, that are already incorporated in city ordinances. And it would take a lawyer to explain it to me, a landlord, how it affects me. And I get that advice sometimes, because I don't want to take that personal responsibility. And that's why we all have insurance. But we can't insure against all the things that we're having happen in these ordinances. And I think that somehow or another, in the next couple of weeks before it comes back up, we have some real explanation of a court eviction and then other household waste being put out. And what is that legality of the right-of-way and staying on our property? That's a court issue. So, I mean, all the public matters are enforced through ordinance and stuff like this. We need this ordinance. So I'm coming up saying I'm for it, but I'm against it if we can't define my position in it, me as a landlord. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Well, and Mayor, if I may, just so that he knows, code enforcement, this has been vetted by the sheriff's office. They had a representative. Code enforcement, they've all been involved in this. So code enforcement they were definitely at the table in this.
Okay.
Mayor?
Anybody else want to be heard on this item?
Mayor?
Yes.
I want clarification from the city attorney on this, but it was my understanding that we started with evictions because that's trackable. We can coordinate that through the sheriff's department and through the other staffing. And it's not easy to track when a tenant just moves out and leaves debris. So we are trying, I think this is a baby step. Hopefully the landlords will get in a new groove. There's some of the miscommunications that we as landlords are all over the board on when we feel like we can remove the debris from our property. I'm hoping that this ordinance will kind of clarify that for us, and it'll force us as landlords to put some more wording in our leases to protect us from the tenants leaving debris behind, or give us some more teeth when it comes to when they leave. Maybe you want to add charges to them if they leave debris behind, different things that works for your particular business model. And so I think that this ordinance is actually going to clarify some of the things that we've all kind of not quite known what to do during these eviction processes.
Well, I'll just make one follow-up comment, since you were, the focus of this ordinance is to deal with eviction materials. There's a whole lot of solid waste regulations and ordinances that deal with other materials that might be junk on the right-of-way. So, like you said, Counselor, this is focused on eviction materials, and that's what this is all about. If there are no other questions, Mayor, we will bring it back on second reading in 2 weeks.
Madam Clerk, anybody have any questions? I think that's it.
All right, thank everybody for being here for this hearing. The next item on our agenda, Mayor, is the districting plan submitted by the Columbus Districting Commission.
Excuse me just a second. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
Go to the clerk, and she'll hold it first. Thank you, Mr. Calhoun.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, you have a motion on this item, I believe.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. City Attorney, we talked yesterday, and as council knows, we're waiting on the legislature to take action to approve the boundaries for the count that were presented to us. So until they do that, we really can't vote on these lines. So I'm going to ask for a delay till the next meeting, and they should take it up in that 2-week period. So I move for delay.
All right, there's a motion to delay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Councilor House. Any discussion or any questions? All right, hearing none, all those in favor of a 2-week delay signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? We good, Madam Clerk? All right, that passes.
Okay, we'll bring that back on first reading then. In 2 weeks, we understand there are going to be some discussions this week again with state officials, legislative officials on districting. Mayor, item 10 on our agenda is the biannual, if that's the right word, qualifying fees for county offices of the consolidated government.
Motion approved from the Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second? Second from Councilor Barnes. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? All right.
Mr. Mayor, I do need to,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, I do need to go back to item number 9 on the city attorney's agenda. Councilor Woodson has advised that she's voting no for the delay.
Okay. All right, so we've got.
Thank you. So that's 9-1 for that vote to
9-1.
delay.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, we've passed number 10.
Mm-hmm.
Number 11 has been mooted by the denial of the underlying zoning back at item number 3 on our agenda. Number 12 is the special exception for 405 Broadway. This would authorize special exception to operate a restaurant. Recommended approval by Planning Department and Planning Advisory. Is the petitioner here for 405 Broadway? All right. Come on up, sir. Give me your name and address. See if there are any questions.
Good morning. Thank you, folks. Name is Matthew Lapidus. I am residing at 405 Broadway in the cottage in Columbus.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments regarding this special exception request? There's somebody here that wants to speak to it.
Okay. Come on up. We'll have a couple of them come up in order.
Okay.
Give me your name and address, please, for the record.
My name is Donna Anderson. I reside at 439 Broadway.
I'm here representing 407 Broadway, which is right beside 405. I'm representing 439, 407, 510 Front, and 501 Broadway. And my concern is parking. Mr. Matthew mentioned at the last meeting that we had that the building can house 100 people and 100 people outside. There's not adequate parking. And most of the residents on Broadway do not have driveways. So the parking would be on either side of the street in front of our houses, and we won't be able to park. That's my concern.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, for the record, I was going to ask Mr. Lapidus. Would you just kind of give us a general conception of what you're doing, what you would like to do?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. So the Getchius House at 405 Broadway has a deep history in the community. It's been an icon and a landmark and a historic registered property. It was occupied by Dr. Blanchard and Dr. Blanchard, and it was relocated in 1969 by Mr. John Woodruff Jr., who's a founding member of the Historic Society. And he had the means, he had the resources and the vision to relocate it and save it from certain destruction. It was going to become a parking lot. He relocated it, and then Mr. Woodruff opened it as a restaurant in 1971. It operated continuously as a restaurant from 1971 until about 10 or 11 years ago, where it had fallen into great disrepair since then and has become somewhat of an eyesore and has created challenges with safety, with vagrants and other issues on the landmark location at the end of 405 Broadway, right at 280. The historic zoning is commercial, and it already allows for events, assembly, and temporary activities. And as a accessory use would allow a restaurant for private parties. For nearly 50 years, the property has been used for proms, for weddings, for graduations, and there's hardly anybody we speak to that doesn't have a nostalgic moment at the Getchius House at a restaurant or at an event. I'm here because after the vacancy of the property for more than a decade, it required a special exception to allow the reuse of the building for a restaurant, which it had been used continuously since really 1971. So that is one of the purposes. It has attracted a lot of attention by local folks in Columbus and a greater span. We have a lot of partners there from the restaurant side. A celebrity chef is interested in a program there. We have Leopold's Ice Cream coming in from Savannah, Georgia to occupy a shed in the back. Mr. Stratton Leopold came out and really wanted to be involved with the project. And we wanted to make this something that was not for our family, not for my wife and I. We wanted to make this for all families. And the restaurant is a core component of what the Getchius House is. But it's more than a restaurant. It's really a location for experiences, for folks to find things to enjoy that they haven't done, and to welcome folks that have a hobby or an interest to share that. So we have 50 or 75 different activities for kids, couples, families, seniors, adults, and all sorts of folks to really come and enjoy an incredibly enchanting place on an acre of property on the river that's really the bottleneck between Uptown and the Historic District and Golden Park and the softball fields and all the other resources we have there with the Civic Center. So it's in the middle. At the PAC meeting, I did expect there'd be a few issues. One of the issues was noise, and there is a noise ordinance in the city which we intend to comply with, which is between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m., no more than 75 decibels, and after 10 p.m. is below 70. For those of you who have not spent time there recently, 280, the highway goes right above us, and a downshifting truck going down the highway has a decibel level of about 92, which is a lawnmower 25 feet away from you. And a motorcycle or a hot rod going up also measures a decibel level of over 90. It's very, very loud there on occasion. The property does have two brick walls that are over 8 feet tall to try to retain that. The other issue that the lady has brought up is parking. So I've worked with the engineering department and had a study done by Mr. Muhammad Ali, who is no longer with the city, but he did a study and he determined there was no impact on traffic and parking. The parking on Broadway in the historic district does not have any limitations. It is public parking. So whether you decide to park and enjoy the antebellum properties in the historic district, or you just want to walk around and go to the river walk, or if you want to go fishing, or if you want to park there and use the field in front of Golden Park as a park space and throw a Frisbee, you can do all those things. So I appreciate the fact that a lot of the homeowners believe that we're going to be so incredibly successful, that we're going to have parking up and down the street and clogging the street. I hope that's the case. We've already submitted to Bihar a proposal to restripe the parking lot that's existing, which is private property, that currently has 16 or 18 spaces, and that will expand to maybe 22 or 23 and add some greenery as well. That's an expansion. There is a turnaround, and by the way, I do have some visuals on a flashcard here that I presented at PAC that I was asked to bring if necessary, because maybe the visuals are worth 1,000 words, if you'd like to see it.
It's a pleasure, Council.
Yes,
Yeah.
go ahead, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, so if somebody can provide
Bruce,
assistance.
can you?
Give it to them.
Yes, thank you.
While we're waiting on the visuals to come up, I wanted to mention that the historic district is not zoned for events. I believe it's limited to 3 events a year. So Mr. Fay could look that up, but Mr. Matthews said that it was zoned for events. I just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, Mr. City Manager, is the planning department here, somebody that could address that?
So I believe that Mr. Renfro, thank you, sir. Mr. Renfro at the PAC meeting previously on December 1st was asked the same question, and for HIST, it was verified. And in fact, on the last page of this, I do have the location for the Muni codes for Columbus, Georgia, listing special events, and I'm more than happy to share that link as well. Let's see here. I'm going to move forward. This is some of the history. The restaurant, as you can see, has been used. Is there a way to scroll slowly here? I think a lot of folks might be familiar. That's the original sign circled in yellow. Okay, so what I am showing on the screen is a bird's eye view of the subject property. Now, let's see if I can squeeze down. Okay. So the subject property is a yellow parallelogram. My son would appreciate that I use that as I help him with math. It's circled in the bottom left. The yellow rectangle is the historic district. The green area above it would be Uptown and the Riverwalk, and the green area box below it is a skate park, parking for the Civic Center, Golden Park, and the softball fields. So, as I said, so in the yellow area, traffic and engineering has already reviewed this, and it's all public parking. There's no limitations. Some areas of that do have a 2-hour parking limit. However, we want to be embraced by the community and our neighbors. We don't want to cause obstacles and challenges. So we've gone beyond that and taken a look at a number of other solutions. So let me go to a map here. Okay, so here's the subject property, and sir, are you able to scroll that up a little bit for me for page by page? Okay. One more further down, other direction. Okay. A little bit further to see, oops, other way. Okay, that's good enough. Okay, so you'll see 405 Broadway, the Getchius House is listed on the bottom left. And these are other identifying properties that would help with parking. So this is not necessary. It's not required by code. It's simply being a good citizen and a good neighbor for other folks in the neighborhood. Just to the south, you'll see a circle marked Broadway turnaround. So this is actually technically not in the historic district. It is public parking. It is a turnaround with approximately 20 or 22 additional parking places that can be used by anybody. So we've been at the property for about 6 months. Regretfully, it's only used by homeless, typically, that live underneath it in tents, and also occupied by police officers who we've gotten very comfortable with since we've had a number of criminal activities in the house over the past 6 months. So that's an additional parking location. Just to the east is a building at 412 Broadway that's owned by a fellow named Larry that runs a real estate management office, and he has a parking lot behind it with an additional 16 spaces. So he's preparing a letter for me. He's delighted to offer that parking for us. We have a valet stand at the Getchius House with a pass-through, and he's delighted to have us use that space in off business hours as overflow. If you look further south, I've spoken to the Civic Center. Right behind the skate park, which is about 1.5 blocks from the Getchius House by the pathway, behind Golden Park, is an enormous parking lot. And they have no objection for us to use that space as long as they're not using it for an event or something that would block it. Further north is 801. It's a far walk. We don't expect folks to use it, but there's something else. I'll make note that it was recorded during the PAC meeting that the lady with the objection, the 5 properties are owned by her. She's the landlord and has tenants in those properties. I don't know what the opinion of the tenants are, but I do know the opinion of the lady who is objecting. The lady actually owns 407 Broadway, which is the adjacent vacant lot next to 405, the Getchius House, that was subdivided about 12 years ago. 407 had been used for a parking lot for overflow parking. It's approximately an acre in size. It goes between 4th and 5th and all the way down to the Riverwalk. The lady who's objected made it clear at the PAC meeting that we would not be able to use that additional parking, even though she owns it and even though she's brought the concern of a parking issue on Broadway. So I think that, again, there is no requirement for private parking in the district. We've addressed the concern with not only the approximately 22 or 23 spaces we'll have there, the 20 or so spaces in the turnaround, bringing us up to 42 or 43, the 16 spaces behind 412 Broadway, assuming we come to terms, and I think we can, that gives us 60 parking places. I'm not sure what other restaurant would have that many spaces, excluding any parking on the street. Let's also remember that we're in a world where folks use rideshare with Lyft and Uber. Folks are riding bikes, they're walking, and they're getting here in all sorts of different fashions. So I think that's one, another consideration. But I think that excluding any parking that would disrupt folks on Broadway, because we don't want to do that, that we've provided for ample other solutions to have harmony in the community and let folks enjoy the reopening of the Getchius House as not only a restaurant, but also for other activities. I'll just share with you here at the end, and then I'll take any questions. So this is the appendix. This is the ordinance from the Muni Code for Columbus, and that is a link, and I'm more than happy to forward it to you. But what I've done is summarized on the left-hand column the permitted zone uses currently allowable in the property. And if you look at all these things, we're not going to have horses there and use it as a groom's quarter, but we intend to use it for some of those other things. But the bottom left is temporary use or special events. So that is a permitted use in the Muni Code, which Mr. Renfro confirmed the last time. So that would be anything no longer than 3 days: a wedding, a graduation, a prom, a business event, a church event, anything that's going to have any sort of assembly. On the right-hand side, you'll notice the special exceptions. And the last one listed in the Muni Code is also restaurant general, which would be public. You'll notice on the left-hand side, I believe it has restaurant, let's see here.
About 5 from the bottom.
Okay, so about 5 or 6 up from the bottom of the left, it lists restaurant accessory. So if we have an assembly, if we have a use, if we have a gathering, if we have an art gallery showing, if we have a book reading, anything that might have food involved, we're already allowed to do that. So it's simply the special exception in which we're petitioning for, which is listed here, as well as a Muni Code that we're requesting at this time. Before I step away for the lady, are there questions on anything I've addressed?
Yeah, Councilor Woodson, who is joining us virtually, had a question. If we could patch her in, please, Bruce. Councilor, you are connected.
Thank you very much, and excuse my appearance, not feeling well. My one question is, how would you let your patrons know of the different areas to park? Are you going to put some signage? How are you going to let people know the areas that are available for parking? Let me put it that way.
Right. So I can't say I have a specific plan. We do have the valet, which is drive-through, which is off the street. It'll take 4 or 5 cars down to the valet before anything, and we do have ample spaces for the first 22 cars. What I would say is when we reach that point, we might have staff or direction. Signage, I would have to have city approval for any signage in the historic district, as we would for the listing signs, to direct folks in other areas. But I would say I'd have to work with probably the city to determine what would be allowable for any signage that we'd have for a private building to use any sort of public spaces. I would say certainly that on any sort of social media or website we'd have, and any events that would be booked or any reservations that we would take online, we would certainly have the language that would list parking possibilities, not only on site for those spaces, as well as a turnaround, and if that's not available, we would offer the valet service over to 412, which would be another 16 spaces. But let's remember, I mean, with those alone, that's 60 cars. If you have 2 or 3 people per car, we're looking at 120 or 180 people. I appreciate everybody is so optimistic about our success. That's a lot of folks. I don't know of any other restaurant besides one located at a hotel that would provide nearly as much as what's being provided to satisfy the neighbors to make sure we're not going to be clogging up the streets.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
The whole intent of this resolution today is just a portion of the restaurant. I do understand there's other concerns that need to be addressed at a later moment. I have no problem with the restaurant because it's always been a restaurant, and I'm satisfied with the information that was provided about parking. Now, I do have some concerns that I would like to talk later in reference to other activities that would occur separate from the restaurant. And I'm still open to hear what anybody else has to say before I call for a vote.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Councilor House?
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm not sure how much of this question is to Mr. Lapides or how much of it is to planning, if there's somebody here from that. But if we say, yeah.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Trying to get the other one turned off.
Let me just say, if you've got a question for planning, ask the question, and then we'll see if we can get you an answer very quickly. But we do have the same situation that we have with counselors with planning. There's some quarantine, some people who are quarantined and others who, so we're dealing, there's no one present today.
Okay, and I'll just say the question and we'll figure out who's
Sure.
going to answer.
Yes.
Now, the question is, if we say yes to a restaurant, okay, what else, what other types of activities are allowed in the building? What else is open? Because I know, well, I've heard secondhand that you have plans for some other things, and you've talked about almost like it's going to be an event center. So you haven't used those words, but when we talk about a whole lot of people there, then that makes that thought pop in my head. So what else is allowed there? If we say okay to a restaurant, what else can be done there? Or what must come back to us again for us to review and say yes or no to?
Okay,
May I
and so.
speak on the event center for a minute?
And so, ma'am,
I'm
just
sorry.
a second. Mr. Mayor, so we do have the planning director on virtually, if we could let him respond to the councilor's question.
Okay.
Rick Jones.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me okay. The request here is a special exception to allow a restaurant to go down into the historic district, which is an allowable use in the historic zone. Everything that indicates that, though, is the special exception is designed simply for a restaurant. If he has other activities that go along with that, that's fine. He'll have to maintain that principal use the restaurant building. If he's got a wedding going on, the restaurant will have principal use. He'll go in that. So I hope that kind of clarifies it a little bit. But primarily, the cheers for restaurant go in that building.
Well, and let me just say to Mr. Jones, your connection, internet connection is not, well, I don't know how much of that you were able to understand. But if you take your video away and see if your volume, cut your video, now speak and tell us what you said again, see if we can get a better.
Okay, let me try again. I apologize. Let me see if we can make this work again. Is that any better or worse?
That's better.
Okay. Let me try again. The request that the applicant is making today is to have a restaurant in that building. That's the principal use we're looking at with this request. He's got something that goes along with the restaurant and current operations. That's fine, but he has to operate that building primarily.
We're still having a little trouble hearing you, Rick.
If I understood right from what he said, for a restaurant, you might have a reception or something like that there, and that would be okay, because restaurants do that.
Yeah.
But if it was going to be any kind of arts and crafts, that would require some other action? Is that a true statement or not?
Is that a true statement, Mr. Jones?
May have lost him.
Did you need to reconnect him, Madam Clerk?
It's Bruce is connecting him.
Okay, Bruce. Yeah. Okay. So I don't know if that's exactly what he said, but yes.
Okay.
Maybe a phone call or something? Because I think it's important to be able to know the ruling.
Well, just text me or email me your response, Mr. Jones.
And I think,
or call me, I'll call him.
Also, if it pleases the council, the last page I put up does include the link for the MUTI code. I know Mr. John Renfro, I'm not sure if he's also available, who spoke on it previously, but all those items, which would include retail, artisan, arts and crafts, those are all other permitted uses currently allowable under HIST for historic. There are other things that are not, that we don't intend to use, but he views all those, as he previously stated, as short-term assembly. If there is an author and he's doing a book reading, my understanding is that's assembly, and that would require nothing special. If we're making candles with families and kids, that doesn't require something special. If we're doing a graduation or a prom, it's already listed as an approved use under permitted, and that would not require that.
But you would use the restaurant permission to support those activities? Because
Well,
if they
they're
wanted to
separate.
have a prom or some type of celebration, you would need the restaurant to be able to provide the meal that goes along with the
Well, let me provide
rest
some
event.
clarification, because a permitted use is an accessory restaurant.
Well, and Mr. Mayor, I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm going to try and put him on speakerphone so
Yes.
that you
All
can
right.
hear from the planning director.
All right.
So, Mr. Jones, would you go ahead and speak?
Yes, sir. I'll try for the third time. I apologize for the quality here. The application is for a special exception to allow a restaurant to go into that building. That is the principal use we're looking at for that. If he has other uses, that are associated with that restaurant, that's fine. But the principal use has to be a restaurant in that building. To Councilor Howe's question about arts and crafts, yeah, he can have arts and crafts, but that's an allowable use down there in the historic district. But the primary concern here is the operation of the restaurant and allowing him to do that. And if you approve the special exception, you will be able to accommodate him in that request. But again, anything else he has going on down there has to be associated really with the operation of that restaurant.
And so, Mr. Jones, if you would just stay on the line in the event we have other questions, and we do apologize, but we are dealing with COVID as many others are, and so that's why people are not here today. And so, Mr. Mayor, you heard the planning director, and if there are any other questions, I'm going to hold him on the line.
Keep him available. Anybody else wants to?
Sir, I was hoping Mr. Jones can clarify the restaurant accessory use, which is permitted, versus the restaurant general special exception, because it is already allowable and permitted for restaurant accessory. It'd be terrific if Mr. Jones could explain that for everybody as well.
So, Ms. Jones, can you clarify the restaurant accessory use?
Just one, I want to make sure I'm reading the right thing to you about that. Give me 1/2 second here.
Okay.
And looking at this, where are you? Under the UDO, the definition of restaurant accessory means it's a secondary use that serves a principal use, such as, it goes on and talks about college, hotels, and so forth. It has to be a use that serves really, like something like an office, retail, or similar large-scale use. You cannot just have a restaurant stuck away in a building as an accessory use unless it meets the requirements of, like I said, a hotel, motel, or institutional facility, office, or something like that. It has to be part of an overall larger development, much like, again, you would find in a hotel for that to happen.
Okay. Thank you, sir, and just hang on.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else, Mr. Edamati? State your name and your address, please, sir.
My name is Sia Tamadi. I live in 624 2nd Avenue in Historic District. The restaurant in that place, the way they got it on their own paperwork, is 9,000 square foot. By the code, the restaurant needs 75 square foot per every car. If they are 9,000 by 75, they need 120 parking places. And 120 parking, the across the street, the property that we showed on the plan, across the street, Larry Kite, he got an office space. He got an office space. His parking is counted for his office space. He got eight employees. He got 15 parking places. Okay, 8 of them gone. How many visitors is going to have? How many clients is going to have? Is a relative company. You cannot count on somebody else that already counting the code for their parking place. That's like double dipping in there. The same thing, If Donna don't want nobody parking their parking place, they can't. Under the bridge, we got 7 and 7 parking, 14 parking place only. The other place that under the bridge is gravel, belongs to city. City got to allow you to park there. If the city allow you to park there, city responsible for anything happen in that parking place. It's not just, I don't have parking place, I'm gonna make parking place out for everybody around the neighborhood. If you got a business that you're bringing to the neighborhood, then bring the parking with it. Show us the parking. Civic Center. Civic Center got 10,000 seats in the Civic Center itself. If you divide that by 3, that we supposed to every 3 seats supposed to be 1 parking, it come in at 3,333 parking place. We counted Civic Center, it was 1,700, 1,900 parking place in the whole Civic Center. Then Civic Center is already counted for the parking. You cannot divide it up, say, okay, I'm going to allow you to use it. Then why don't we do every business like that? Just allow you to, everybody share. That's a code, there's a rule, regulation there. I mean, if you break every one of them and they park in front of the driveway, neighbor's driveway, everywhere they could, everybody going to be miserable in that place. We did that with the same problem with the exercise room over there. We took some of the ironwork parking place, which is ironwork was already short on parking. They keep on adding hall to the ironwork. They don't have parking because I know they're trying to compete against Savannah, Charleston, and all that. But if you don't have parking for it, you cannot just grab off of everybody's parking. Then I can have that. CD parking, if they rather litter, CD rather litter, anything happen in that parking place belong to the restaurant, they're going to be responsible for it. See if the CD rather litter like that. I mean, that's not right. CD got those parking 14 parking places over there. 14 parking places for people to park there, use the park over there, walk in there, do their jogging and all that. If the restaurant fill it up, then you close half of the park, half of the riverwalk. It's just, it doesn't work that way. You want to open a business so bad, but I don't have parking, I can come up with some longest story how I'm going to get it. That's not right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
This is my last thing, I promise. The events, I would really like some clarification on the events that are allowed in the historic district. It does say special events, but I was told it is only allowed 3 times per year to house a special event. So a special event for a restaurant would be a wedding, would be a prom. All of those would classify under special events. So do you have any idea on that, Mr. Clerk?
No, we're not aware of the 3 event rule. We'd have to have planning or somebody here go through the permitted uses.
All right, in planning, the gentleman, I think was Mr. Renfro, he was the one that said it was only allowed 3 times, and that could be checked.
Well, I do know that some organizations, not just necessarily in the historic district, I see Yvonne Ivy in the back, but special event permits for organizations may be 3 per year, but that's an organization. I don't know that that's a business, and
that may be tied to an alcohol special event permit where you can ask for 6 per year, but that's not the permitted use as a restaurant general. We're talking about something different.
Right, and so, Mr. Jones, as a restaurant and a special events facility, do you know, I don't believe they would be limited to 3 per year in a case like that.
The city manager, under section 3.263 of the city ordinances here, it does define special events. But those are more events that we would normally see on public right-of-way or things of that nature.
That's my point. It's normally fraternities and sororities and yard sales and things like that.
There are 3 limitation of 3, and it does require your approval.
Yes, it requires city manager's approval. Yes, but not for a special events facility.
No, sir.
Right.
No, sir, not at all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else that wanted to speak? We'll work our way towards about, yes, sir, come on up.
Hello, my name is Chance Chancellor. I'm at 732 Broadway in the Historic District in Columbus. I'm here representing the Historic District Preservation Board. And so I just wanted to speak on a few things and the special exception that's being that's being proposed for the Getch's House. The uptown area, including the Historic District, is a cornerstone of Columbus, Georgia. It's featured prominently in the city's marketing, and it's visited by thousands of tourists yearly, be it for business, fun, military graduations, and all that. It's imperative that we make the Historic District welcoming, fun, and accessible so it can continue to generate revenue for the city, as well as be a great place to live. And that's the thing, the Historic District is designated mixed use. But we must remember, we have neighbors that live there. The Historic District is not a 9-to-5 commercial operation. It's a 24-hour-a-day operation for the residents that live there. Currently, the board does not have a position on approval or disapproval of this resolution, namely because we do not feel that we have adequate information on what is going to be done with the property. The applicant has indicated many varying uses of the property: restaurants, yoga, retail, a business incubator, and this is from the business plan. Some of this may be permitted under current UDO. We do not believe that necessarily all of it is. I am aware that here today we're talking specifically about the restaurant exemption, so I'll return to that. The location was previously a restaurant. However, this does represent the largest area dedicated to a restaurant in the district. It is in the heart of residential space of the district. So that being said, the board would request clarification from the applicant on some aspects so that we can make an adequate and informed decision. The owners indicated they intend to subcontract the kitchen to possibly other uses, guest chefs, or other, maybe sub-themes. Is this permitted, being granted by the special use case, or will he have to revisit for a special use case? What hours of operation will the owner use at this location? Can the city amend the resolution to enforce those hours of operation? It's our understanding that a restaurant classification would allow the facility to remain open until possibly 2:30 in the morning, and that is of concern. Despite, yes, there is a noise ordinance, but you can call it a noise ordinance every night, and that would be a problem. What has the fire marshal listed as the capacity of the building, and does the applicant intend to use this maximum capacity? We've talked on parking earlier. How will that be handled? We would obviously prefer to avoid any on-street parking due to the limited parking available for residents in the neighborhood because, as has been said before, many do not have driveways. So can it be stipulated that on-street parking would not be available? He said he would like to work with the neighborhood, and that would go a great way towards alleviating some concerns. He has indicated proposed use of areas under the bridge as well as Civic Center and other public areas. It would be great to see memorandums of understanding or signed agreements prior to granting this agreement that would allow him to use those locations. Let's see. And also that also calls into question that especially from the Civic Center and the other location near the Ironworks about using shuttle service, and depending on how large of shuttles are we going to be running up and down the streets and that sort of thing. So really the overarching concern for this resolution is that it may amount to a blanket grant to enable special events, which are going to be peaking the numbers at the highest, not necessarily the nightly restaurant visitors. These special events will run later into the night. They will have higher attendance. They will generate much larger noise than a traditional restaurant. So really, these provisions are necessary not to the current applicant. I want to make sure we're not singling him out, but should this restaurant turn over ownership in 6 months, a year, or turn over management, the style of what he is proposing could change substantially. And as long as that is not vacant for 6 months, the next person could ride in on this exact same blanket permit, and the situation could change drastically. So can council stipulate that this exception, if granted, would follow him as long as he maintained in a acting in management and ownership capacity, as opposed to the opportunity for it to be handed off to someone else. Let's see. So like I said, the board's requested this information in order to make an informed decision and for transparency for the residents of the neighborhood, those that will be subject to the additional noise at the end of Broadway. Thank you for your time. That's all I've got.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, from Councilor Thomas, she's asking that I ask the proponent specifically, what are some events that this would allow that is not allowed now?
Do you understand that question?
What are some events that what you're attempting to do would allow that's not allowed now in the historic district?
I appreciate the question. I think the first thing is I'm not the code official, and I wish I could predict the kinds of activities, pardon me.
Well, do you have any planned in your?
Right. So I think what's being referred to, there was a business plan that I prepared that's marked private and confidential, which lists about 75 possible things that we could do at the location that are permitted uses. Mm-hmm. So it's okay, it's public, I don't have anything to hide. But typically it would be the same uses that it had previously been used for that I think folks would be excited about. A wedding, a graduation, a birthday party, a special event, a recognition of achievement. Those would be the common things.
But you mentioned those could be done now.
Those could be done now.
I think the counselor wants to know what activities do you have in mind that cannot be done now that you need this restaurant special exception for?
Thank you. So, and I did want to clarify that all those things are already permitted uses right now with an accessory restaurant. Those could already happen.
Well, what are you trying to be able to accomplish?
The intent for the special exception is to have everybody in Columbus who wants to come and join us to enjoy the enchantment of the Getchius House and make it a public restaurant. Everything I described is a private event, exclusive. The special exception makes it a general restaurant, which is how it has been previously used, that opens the doors and welcomes everybody to enjoy experiences and meals. That is the unique use, just as having a public restaurant versus the permitted use is a private event-driven only restaurant use as an accessory to the other things that are going on.
Okay. So the only thing you're trying to accomplish is being able to operate a sit-down restaurant in addition to the rental opportunities created through some of the special events?
Yes, sir. Okay. And I would say that, again, I think that with our intent, and none of this is perfect, that I think that folks do bring up a good point. The event is already permitted. We don't want to clog the streets, and we're taking every precaution. The Civic Center is not occupied 365 days a year. The gentleman at 412 does not operate a 24-hour-a-day business. The circular area there, as I look at it every day, is nearly vacant except for the police cars. So again, it's only the restaurant that I think would have possibly less activity on an ongoing basis than a single event where you might have 50 or 75 or 100 folks, which I really feel in the essence of the neighborhood and the community, we've addressed lots of solutions to accommodate folks not to disrupt their lives.
Okay. All right. I think this young lady back here was next. Ma'am, were you?
Hi, my name's Samantha Wright. I am at 445 Broadway, and I also own 447 Broadway. Parking. We do not have driveways. We park on the street, okay? There's two sides in front of our houses, but we don't have parking. And how is he going to enforce people to park in his parking lot? It's public parking, it is, but we don't have parking in front of our house as it is. And restaurant, what's his plan for a restaurant? If you're asking for an approval for a restaurant, shouldn't you have a concept of a restaurant? Is it going to be Italian? What is it going to be? Or is it just a blanket that now it's passed, so if it doesn't work for me, someone else can have it? Which that's what it seems like. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Fran Carpenter, and I live at 738 Broadway. I really didn't want to talk today, but I think we're at a serious disadvantage by not having someone from Code and Enforcement here today, because Code and Enforcement appears to be the source of a lot of confusion among the residents in the neighborhood. When Mr. Lapidus made his presentation to the Planning Advisory Commission, the question was asked by Mr. Dudley, are special events a permitted use in the historic district? The answer to that question was temporary use or special event. That's what John Renfro said. Please, someone, read the entire definition of temporary use or special event. That is exactly what Mr. Jones just referred to when he said, oh, that's only for sororities or fraternities or, well, Mr. Jones referred to it also. But I don't find any other classification in the UDO for temporary use or special event restaurant. There are assembly halls not permitted in the historic district. There's a whole list of, event centers are not an allowed use in the historic district. Someone tried to have an event center that had weddings some years ago, and the residents were up in arms about it. And the city shut it down because it was not allowed. And, you know, I would like to see something really good happen at the Getch's house. I would. I wouldn't mind seeing a really nice restaurant that would even have wedding receptions. At one time, Mr. Lapidus presented to the BHAR a plan that had sleeping rooms. A bed and breakfast use would be allowed to have an accessory restaurant. But there would be limitations for that accessory restaurant. You would only be able to have 125 people, and it would have to shut down by 10 p.m. Those are things that I think we could live with. But a restaurant that stays open till 2:30 in the morning, that has primarily its parking in front of people's homes, where people are going to be going out to their cars at 10, 11, 12, 1, 2 in the morning to get in their car and go home, I think is too much of an intrusion on the residential neighborhood. And as for the parking is just an issue. It is just an issue in the historic district. We know that we have to deal with a lot of that. We understand that. But typically for temporary events, it's just for that day. It's a foot race, or it's the gun show, or it's Christmas Made in the South. And we know that for that day, we're not going to be able to get in and out of our driveways. We're not going to be able to park in front of our house. We understand that. That's an inconvenience that we have decided to live with. But if it's every weekend, it's not going to be something we want to live with. And I'm just asking you to please look at the definition for temporary use or special event, which is what John Renfro referred to when he answered the question to the PAC and on which they based their decision to approve. And let me just say, if we approve this restaurant, if you approve this restaurant, I want Mr. Lapidus to be successful, because I don't want this to pass on to someone else who might not care as much about the residents in the neighborhood. Mr. Lapidus has expressed that he wants to work with us, and I hope that he will be very successful. But I think we're not very dialed in on what the concept is, which is why a lot of us are very nervous and concerned. I think it bears a lot more investigation with the planning department, a meeting with Mr. Lapidus and the neighborhood and the planning department to discuss what's really going to happen there so that we could have a comfort level. Right now, many of us do not. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. And Mr. City Manager, have you still got Mr. Jones on the phone?
think we got disconnected, but.
But when you get him back,
Okay,
I think,
Mr. Jones.
I think one of the
I have him.
one of the core concerns that I've heard is that I think there may be some confusion as to what is currently allowed. Because one counselor was under the impression that by asking for a restaurant, the authority to operate a restaurant, the other uses had not yet been allowed, and he would have to come back and ask permission. But yet what I thought I heard Mr. Jones say is those uses are currently allowable. So what you're doing is adding on the opportunity to be a restaurant. So we need to know from Mr. Jones, I think, what is allowed right now that Mr. Lapidus has asked about.
So, Mr. Jones, they're asking what is allowed right now that the proponent is asking.
What he's asking for instance, as a restaurant, can go down there, but it has to be done as a special exception. And then again, that's what we look at it being the principal use for the building itself. Accessory uses are typically not accommodating in terms of dealing with the restaurant and so forth. If he's got something, though, in terms of dealing with, I don't know, like a gift or antique shop, that may or may not work because of the fact that we're looking again at the principal use of the building itself, not as the accessory use of that building, but as a principal use from that point. And I'm working off memory here on that, but I don't see anything that supports that other than the fact he can go down there as a restaurant. And that's what we're chiefly and primarily looking at. It's him being able to utilize that building for that use.
Okay.
I'm not sure that's any clearer.
So, and let me just say to you again, we're dealing with extenuating circumstances. We don't do business the way we're doing business today. And the mayor has made every effort to make this meeting happen today. And so you don't see staff here. They're not here for a reason. And so I just want to be clear, this is not how we do business.
Well, we have a couple of counselors that want to be heard now too. Councilor Crabb. Councilor Crabb.
I had asked for that list to be put up. Is there a reason why it was taken back down?
That is, and I think Mr. Chancellor was saying that is not our list. That's his list.
Oh, I see.
And
So
I
we
had him
don't
take it
have
down.
something, okay, so we don't have,
If I had staff here, we would put
Right.
it on our list up there, not his list.
I don't know, do we want to delay this so?
I think that sounds
Because,
like a
I mean,
prudent-
we just don't have the support staff to give us the information that we need to make a decision. I mean,
And Mayor, I absolutely agree with that.
Is that in form of a motion? Is that a motion?
yes, I'll make that
There's a motion to delay for 2 weeks by Councilor Crabb, seconded by Councilor Barnes. Any discussion, other discussion as to the delay?
Mayor, I would just add, I think the delay is appropriate because the council and planning may want to consider adding some conditions that we have talked about in a sidebar, such as hours of operation. You know, do you want to cut it off at midnight? Do you want to specify parking by the city engineer or by some lease approved by the city manager? Things like that can be conditions, but they need to be put in the special exception if it's going to be approved. So
During the delay, I think it'd be wise to orchestrate a meeting with Mr. Lapidus and some of the neighbors, and let's take a look at what is allowed, what he wants to be allowed, and then try to figure out how we're going to shape the requirements and the restrictions.
Absolutely, and have planning and Mr. Chancellor there to go through them. You may come up with 1 or 2 conditions, you may have 5, but at least get them on paper, because now's the time when there is a special exception approval that's potential to put in conditions.
And Mayor, I agree with all that has been said. I think we will be hopefully ready in 2 weeks when we get staff where they need to be. And I agree with Councilor Crabb.
Also, I have a question. The historic district has some different criteria. I'm asking this, I'm sorry, I want to form this in a question. Doesn't the historic district have some more layers of criteria added on the UDO?
When we come back, Councilor Crabb, we'll have all of that.
Okay.
We do have Councilor Woodson virtually that wanted to make a quick comment. Mr. Lapidus, I apologize if you'll bear with us just one more moment. Councilor?
Thank you, Mayor. Let's try to set this meeting as soon as possible to get some clarification, because I think what's happening here is it's two parts. One is we're trying to decide about the restaurant and if it's appropriate to be at that site. And two is petitioner wants to do some enhancements, some other programs which people are concerned. So the 2-week delay should be enough time for us all to get together and figure out exactly what it is. But let's all keep in mind the main focus is the restaurant. And I'm in favor of the delay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Do you have a comment, Mr. Booth?
No, thank you. I'm delighted to get more information so everybody's comfortable. I have no issue. Prior to buying the property, we spent 3 months with zoning, getting pre-approval letters to understand what we could and could not do before we made such a decision. What I'd also like to ask is that Captain Turner, or someone from the fire marshal team, is also here. Captain Turner has been on premises twice. We've had many phone calls to understand those limitations. The gentleman mentioned the B&B. That issue was in the private and confidential memo sent to an individual. That was abandoned, and Captain Turner is aware that was abandoned due to a lot of complications and crisscrossing of codes, fire issues, and everything else. So again, I think Captain Turner should be involved in this as well, since he's familiar.
Well, sir, trust me, we'll have the Director of Inspections and Codes, we'll have Fire
Terrific.
EMS, Captain Turner, we'll have the Planning Director,
terrific.
we'll have the Deputy City Manager. When we get done with this, you're gonna have everything.
Terrific. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, sir, did you have a comment? Yeah, I mean, since we advertised that it's on here, I'm sorry, you've spoken, yes, sir. So you understand it's going to be delayed?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My name is Charles Walker, and I live at 429 Broadway. That's 2 houses up from the Getch's house. And I was just thinking about what was being said. If one has a business, one does not know how to deal with what is coming up. You might find out that you find a lot of your patrons like trivia night. Have a trivia night. Would you have to go before council to do a trivia night? I play mahjong every week. Maybe we wanted to have mahjong. Do we have to have a special exemption for that? So I just wanted to say that with regard to a restaurant, especially because I understand restaurants have a slim margin for profit, that finding out what your constituents want, it might be postal cards that have historic places here in Columbus for sale. We don't know that. So I won't go with the rest of the things because it's delayed. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, we do. If anybody that showed up here wanting to speak, we're going to let you have an opportunity to speak, even though it's been delayed.
forget how hot it is to wear a mask for an hour and a half, 2 hours. My name is Mark Davis. I live at 502 Broadway, so just across the street. There have been a number of conversations of which I've either been a part or have heard secondhand that to me are not about parking. They're not about special events. It's about preserving the nature of our historic district neighborhood. That to me isn't preservation, that's elitism. This fear of change and of disruption is to me what I believe to be the driving force behind these concerns. But fear of change is quite simply the nature of life. And I think instead we should embrace that change and the risk that comes with both economic and social development. When individuals with the grit and the gumption, the means and the motive to effect new growth and new development come, I think we should welcome them with open arms, perform the due diligence necessary to ensure public safety, and then let bureaucracy get out of the way so they can succeed. To that end, I'm here in complete support, regardless of the concerns raised, because while some of them are legitimate, I am still in support of this special exception for 405 Broadway. I see this property not just as a restaurant, which I know is the topic today, but also as a location for economic growth and development, a social gathering place, a launching pad for micro businesses, and a place where people can come together as a community and support and welcome development and change that we have said, yes, let's do it together, as opposed to doing it separately and antagonistically. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. All right, I don't see any other.
That's all the comments and questions. We will continue this hearing on the special exception in 2 weeks at the 5:30 meeting.
Okay, I think we were on discussion, so the motion's still on the floor. We have not voted. All those in favor of the 2-week delay, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Anybody, Sandra? That's okay.
And Mr. Mayor, I'm going to have Deputy City Manager Pam Hodge to pull the team together and work on this so that when we come back in 2 weeks, and assuming she can accomplish it in 2 weeks, considering staffing issues, we will come back and we'll have all of the answers to all of the questions and concerns that we've heard today.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. We'll bring that back then in 2 weeks, subject to possible amendments that'll be ironed out before then, hopefully. Mayor, we have one more request for an executive session, time and technology permitting on litigation and personnel. That's all we had listed.
Okay. Thank you. All right, move to the public agenda. First is Ms. Patricia Frey, representing United Way and Home for Good. It's an update on the point in time count. Hey, Pat. Pat, you'll have 5 minutes, and I'll start it after you give your name and address.
Pat Frey, 2475 Y Street. I promise I won't take the whole 5 minutes, okay? Everybody's dealing with staffing issues. We're all looking at the numbers going up and everything else. And normally I'm here to announce that in a couple of weeks, at the end of January, we'll have our annual point in time count. Well, we requested a couple weeks ago and received from the Department of Housing and Urban Development a waiver to move our point in time count out about 5 weeks. So instead of doing it in the last 10 days of January, like we normally do, we will be moving it to the 22nd and 23rd of February. And the whole PowerPoint has been sent over to you guys, and I can send you links to everything. But we'll be doing it 22nd and 23rd. It's the day after President's Day this year. And we'll be doing a sheltered count, which means going into all of our emergency shelters and our transitional homes. We'll also be doing the unsheltered count under the bridges, on the Riverwalk, in encampments throughout our city. Just a reminder that our continuum of care covers Muskogee and Russell County, so we're on both sides of the river. I was actually just at the Russell County Commission yesterday talking to them about it. Again, we'll send out invites for everybody to join us to come participate in the count. Training actually started while I was here today for all the volunteers, and we will have preliminary numbers available that day or first thing the next morning. So on Thursday, then the 24th, we will have preliminary numbers for you. Any questions? That's all I got.
I think that's it. I just thank you. We thank you for what you're doing. It's such a huge endeavor, and it's so important to the community. We appreciate you.
Thank y'all.
All right, next, Ms. Teresa Elamine, representing the Southern Anti-Racism Network regarding housing authority and law enforcement concerns. Welcome, Ms. Elamine. We'll begin the timer when you, after you give your name and address.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, you are too kind to me, given how crazy I've been for the last month. Teresa Elamine, 3911 Steam Mill Road. I am so impressed with how well the most affluent citizens in this community are organized. That was amazing to see the folks on Broadway come out. Well, I am honored to represent some of the poorest Black people in this community who live in housing authority properties. The document that you have before you is 3 flyers for housing authority events that were due to take place this month because I'm committed to the children. And after seeing Micah's promise speak this morning, we know our children are in danger and we must do more. The Housing Authority canceled the events. And now that I know what I know about the COVID numbers, I say they were right to do so. And I'm glad because I'm wearing my gloves, I'm wearing my medical grade mask, and it's not coming off. The other 2 documents in that packet are the MOU that the Southern Anti-Racism Network has with the Housing Authority, which is a 2-year agreement that takes us to November of 2022. When the COVID calms down, like Ms. Walters did last year, she'll let us back in the properties. But meantime, I'm meeting with Pastor Adrian Chester about the use of churches where the families can socially distance and wear medical grade masks, thanks to the crime prevention contract. So I want you to know that thanks to that, which I'll talk more next month about that, but this is a notebook of surveys that were done at Warren Williams and Elizabeth Canning. Danita Gibson Lloyd has a similar notebook of surveys done at Wilson Homes and Farley. The Farley event was canceled too late, so Danita Gibson Lloyd is going to be standing out at Farley at 1 p.m. to meet any parents who might just happen to show up since the Housing Authority won't let us in. There's another notebook similar to this for parents who live in districts 4, 7, and 3, some of the poorest folks in 7 and 3 in particular. I'm talking Torch Hill, I'm talking North Lumpkin, I'm talking Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. So I got hundreds of surveys of parents, and I'm committed until November. Now the last document, Deputy Clerk, about the law enforcement issue. These are pictures of what the U.S. Marshals did in my parking lot at Cross Creek Apartments on July 7, 2021. I have spoken with Congressman Sanford Bishop about filing a charge with the DOJ about what they did. I want everybody to know what they look like, because based on what I heard that the Sheriff's Department is doing, they may show up in somebody else's neighborhood. And those people are wrong. And I will make sure that I file a complaint against them with the DOJ. And I will see you in February for 2 other different topics. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Ms. Elamine.
Yeah, I'm going to listen to the other people who are speaking on the public agenda, because the women are rising up. And when I look at their topics, I say, hallelujah. It's about time. So, Lindsay, you have my extras. Oh, great. Thank you so much. The Clerk of Council office rocks.
Thank you, ma'am. They do. You're correct. All right. Next is Ms. Yolanda Kent regarding abolishment and/or liability of gun violence affecting our city at apartments located on Lemoore Street.
Mayor, I'm actually present, but yesterday I actually moved myself from the agenda to call the clerk's office.
Okay. All right, ma'am. Thank you very much. Next, Ms. Mary Sabisky regarding off-premise liquor store market saturation in close proximity to a church and daycare.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good, and you'll have 5 minutes, and I won't start the clock until after you say your name and where you reside. And if you can't finish in 5 minutes, you can get 3 more minutes at the end of the clerk's agenda.
935 Rocky Brook Drive, Mary Sabisky. I just recently purchased an old establishment on Double Churches Road, Lee's Liquor Store. It's been there since 1982. It's withstood the test of time of all of the development in the surrounding areas. There's 7 liquor stores within a 4-mile radius, Lee's being the first. It's just come to my awareness that there's another liquor store going in on 1760 Williams Road, which is 0.5 miles from Central Baptist Church, and 0.2 miles directly across the street from Polka Dots Daycare. It's 1.1 miles from my store. So within a 4-mile radius, I've got myself, the Bottle Shop, Columbus Beverage, Main Street Package, Maple Mart, Cheers. There's many, many of us. I have spoke to the pastor at the church, and he couldn't be here with me today, but he finds a lot of issues with this being so close to his parish, and I can understand that. And also the young lady that owns and operates Polka Dots, she's very, very concerned with it just being directly across the street from where she has children outside all day. I wanted to bring it to your attention. Hopefully it gets some kind of notice. It is under a rezoning issue right now for an off-premise. I'm not sure where I go from here to kind of see how I can move forward with stopping it or slowing it down or fighting for the church and the children. I mean, I just think there's just too many in one area. Thank you for hearing me. Just wanted to bring it to your attention. Have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Sabisky. And I think the city attorney, deputy city attorney will probably confirm this, that when they do submit a rezoning, unfortunately, all they're allowed to consider is it's a proper use for the land. And so market saturation, I don't know that that's typically an allowable or a defensible reason, but I think you're doing the right thing. And I think if you have a concern, whatever it is, you address your council and then you try to address some of the people that are impacted.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. All right. Mr. City Manager, I believe it's your agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a few items. First is a legislative agenda item for the 2022 session that's already started on yesterday, but asking the local delegation to introduce legislation to amend Georgia law to broaden the powers of local government to limit such machines, including fines of up to $5,000 for violations concerning such machines. And we're talking about coin-operated amusement machines. And this would be an add-on to our legislative agenda that we've already submitted. And we're asking your approval.
All right, we have a counselor that wishes to be heard on this. Counselor Tucker is with us, I think, virtually. If you patch her in. We got you, Counselor.
She's still muted.
You're muted.
Oh.
Sorry.
There you go.
I was asking to speak after the vote. I wanted the city attorney to draft ordinance now that we can actually not present now, but provide to council to read and study, because I'm sure that this item probably won't get addressed this session.
And Counselor, they are working on that draft that they're going to submit to you and the other two sponsors prior to distributing it to council, so that to make sure that it's what you're looking for, and then we can bring it out to the rest of council and let them have a discussion on it. Oh. Push your light there, Lucy. There we go.
Councilor, I just wanted to reassure you, we are really working on two tracks here. We are working on doing an ordinance that can be done under the existing state law, and that's what you'll be seeing drafts of very soon, similar to what was done in Macon. But this request of the General Assembly is simply to see if there are ways that the state law can further expand the few restrictions it currently allows at state levels to also help out.
Yes, I wanted to move for approval of this.
All right, there's a
Second.
There's a motion from Councilor Tucker and a second from Councilor Crabb and Councilor Woodson. So is there any other discussion regarding this request? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. 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 Are there any opposed?
Aye.
Okay. I think Councilor Woodson is in favor based on her second. Okay. Thank y'all.
Next, Mayor, I'm requesting approval to execute a memorandum of agreement with the Prosecuting Attorney's Council to compensate the acting district attorney, Shanika Cherry, at the same rate authorized by the state law for a district attorney.
Motion approved from Mayor Pro Tem, second from Councilor Crabb. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously.
And so on number 3, Mayor, I did receive an email requesting a delay on number 3, and I know that there's been some back and forth. I believe the city attorney indicated the Attorney General had opined on this, and there may be some question, but you know, and I just want to put my 2 cents in on this, and if we're going to delay it, then delay it. But I feel that this is I feel strongly about the project as city manager and what they're trying to do. And then I was listening to Reverend Anaton as he prayed this morning, and he included words in his prayer for those with good houses. He said, those who do not have houses, and then those who live under the bridge, is what I heard him say in the prayer this morning. And his prayer got my attention as this item is on the agenda, and it's the South Columbus River District Tax Allocation District Fund grant. and it's requesting $10.1 million from the TAD, the Tax Allocation District Fund, to provide infrastructure improvement and financing so that we can provide single multifamily residential units to a blighted area on the south side of Columbus. And I do see that Kathy Williams, President CEO of NeighborWorks, is here. But when you look at what NeighborWorks Columbus is trying to do, and I'm going back to Reverend Anton and his prayer, and from what I see, because I was part of the intra-city visit, Mayor, that you did, the intra-city visit, where we all got on a bus and we rode the city of Columbus. And we rode through this area, this exact area, the exact property, and it looked like a war zone. I don't think anyone on the bus would be willing to get out and walk through that area, the mobile home park. And I know that you all were on the bus and you know what I'm talking about, but I mean, you didn't even recognize it as part of Columbus, Georgia. It's so, it was like a war zone. And so NeighborWorks Columbus has taken this same piece of property, and that property is vacant right now. All the mobile home park, all the mobile homes are gone. And so they are proposing a phase 1 and 2 with 43 single-family homes, a phase 3 with 130 55-plus affordable multi-family units, and a phase 4 with 56 affordable multifamily, and they refer to them as big houses. So for a total of 229 affordable units to low-income elderly families on the south side of our city in an economically depressed, blighted, low-income area of our city. 229 affordable units. And as this come forward, and I don't know where the hang-up is, but I know it has something to do with what elected officials are able to do in tax allocation districts. And I hope that we can work it out, whatever it is, because for me, it's about that war zone that I rode through, that I wouldn't go through unless I had an escort of police officers with me. I would not ride through that area where the mobile homes were. And NeighborWorks Columbus acquired that property, got rid of those mobile homes, and we're talking about 229 affordable units to low-income families, elderly families on the south side. And so the only thing that stands between redeveloping that property and making it something that we can be proud of rather than what we once saw, the only thing standing between 229 affordable homes and leaving the property as is 6 votes from council. That's what it takes. And so the city attorney, I know, has provided legal opinion and interpretation on the opinion from the state attorney general's office. And so I do hope that we are able to move this project forward on this economically depressed, blighted, dilapidated property that's formerly I term a war zone. I hope we can move it forward and get this area redeveloped.
Well, and not to belabor the point, the only thing I'll add, I agree with everything you just said. The only thing I'll add is that I had the pleasure of being involved in an announcement of this project, kind of coming to fruition, at least all the preliminary work. And what struck me is that if you want to see just how powerful making quality affordable housing available is, ride down Fifth Avenue. Go down between 35th and 38th and 32nd Street and take a look at the houses out there and take a look at what's happening to the poverty rate, to the crime rate, to the blight is beginning to disappear. And it's because there is access to housing for people who otherwise might not be able to access it. And the really neat thing is it attracts some market rate individuals as well. So I agree with what the city manager said. I don't know what needs to be done to make this thing work out, but I think that this council ought to work hard to try to see if we can figure a way to make it work, because this is what this community is about, because this actually started as an initiative from the people that live in this community. NeighborWorks is the partner. They're the lever that's being applied to try to make this all come together. So anyway, yeah, thank you, sir.
So, you know, as I said, Mayor, I did get the email, and I don't know what the pledge of council is, but this is a great project, and will change the face, the look of that area. And so, whatever council decides to do, but there's 229 affordable houses on the land. And so, whatever you all want to do with that.
All right, any questions or comments from council? Sandra, any questions or comments from those that are joining virtually? All right.
Yeah, I think it is one. Councilor Davis.
Councilor Davis.
Councilor Davis?
Yes.
Councilor Davis?
Yeah, Mayor, I just wanted to, I don't want to open this up for debate because it's a great story, but I do think that I need to clarify some things that weigh heavy on my mind at this point, and I think it's important in having this moment that people understand, because at times you'll take a stance on a matter, and sometimes people tend to misinterpret it, and I don't want that to happen. But certainly today I do feel like I'm between a rock and a hard place. I want everybody to know that I just got a chance to look at this request on Sunday, and then today I'm being asked to make a decision. I really haven't had a chance to do a lot of homework on this matter. I know that it weighs heavy on my mind that I'm sworn under oath to uphold the state laws of the state of Georgia. But I want to say that when I view these things in this specific case, that I look at this as somewhat a noble opportunity for development. And when you look at developments, you break it down, you got to break it down in components of people, the product or the development, and then the process. I just want to state for the record that the people involved in this, I love them all. They're friends of mine. They're great people, and they're doing noble works in the community. They're doing great things, and I want that to be clear as I talk here. The product or the development, it's noble, and it needs to happen. It's great. It's going to be a good thing for our community, and I really want it to happen. I think it's a great thing that our community can work together in public-private partnership and do something good here. And I would do anything in my power to seek the funds to help support such a project like this. The only little piece that weighs on my mind is in the process. And there's one little piece that I just don't have clarity on it. And I've sought to get clarity, and the response I received still says that there's still some needed information to understand this. And I say that because the request being made from us today is coming from a specific vehicle of funding that has specific requirements. And therefore, it raises the question. If it was any other funding, I don't think that there would be a question at all from that standpoint. But I cannot today in such short period. It would be great if I had more time to be able to work through this, to be able to talk with people, to be able to get some more clarity and to get some of the information I need to make a good decision today so that I can put some of these things to rest. I don't think I'm going to get that opportunity. And, you know, if from that standpoint, I just want to make sure that things are being followed accordingly. And I'm asking today that the clerk of council, along with the city attorney, that they enter into the record the redevelopment powers. I'm asking today that the clerk of council, along with the law is OCGA 364221, that be entered into the record.
Counselor, you're breaking up just a little bit. I don't think we got that last.
Well, I think he asked that redevelopment powers guidelines be entered into the record, and he's asking the city attorney and the clerk to do so.
Okay.
And Mr. City Attorney, you may be familiar with what he's referring to. I think you did get an opinion from the Attorney General, and you know.
The second thing I'd like to ask is,
can I comment on that?
The last time that we had a meeting, I don't know, it's been almost about a year on this matter. I did ask for a response from, I was looking for a response from the Attorney General so we can move forward. I think the city attorney sent a letter up there. I think that letter, along with the response of the Assistant Attorney General, needs to be entered into the record, and I'm asking that those letters be entered into the record as well. Because of that record that states that there still needs to be more evidence presented, that's where I stand today. And it's clearly the position I'm taking. I'm not leaving this open for debate. It's just today, this is the basis for my decision today, and certainly the council can weigh the matters on the table as well. But if I do not support it today, it's not that I don't support this project and I'm willing to fund it and do something good in our community. It's just because I don't have enough clarity on the information, and that's all. And I don't think that's too much to ask. So I just wanted to make that statement so everybody knows my position on it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is the request to enter into the record the letter that our office sent to the Georgia Attorney General on January 8, 2021, and his response back on February 4, 2021, that there is no legal conflict of interest under OCGA 364421? Is that the request?
Well, that's your opinion, Mr. City Manager. I mean, Mr. City Attorney, but the response speaks for itself.
It is my opinion, and it's also the opinion of the Attorney General, and I don't believe the facts have changed since February of 2021, unless Ms. Williams wants to let us know of a change.
Thank you, sir.
So, Mr. Mayor, we're talking about 229 affordable units of low income, elderly housing for 55 plus on the south side of town in this old mobile home park. And, you know, we either move it forward or we delay it or you vote it down is where we are.
Move approval.
All right, there's a motion to approve from Councilor Barnes and second from Councilor Woodson. Any further discussion as to the motion? Councilor Crabb?
I love NeighborWorks Columbus. I think everybody knows that. I sat on the board of NeighborWorks Columbus, and I was asked to step down in order to sit in this chair. I would have been the chairman of the board for NeighborWorks Columbus. So I want to support them 100%. However, before I announced my candidacy, I sat down with the city attorney, and he made it very, very clear to me as a real estate agent, my limitations as an elected official, and what I can't do, what my son can't do because he's a real estate agent, and in a TAD district. And he wanted to make it extremely clear to me the parameters that I would be put under. And so in order for me to be 100%, I want this delayed so that we can clear all of the cloudy areas so I can feel comfortable to vote for this. But because of the cloudiness of this, I'd have to vote to deny that. And I don't want to vote to deny this. I sat on that board when we were talking about this project, and I wanted to see it to go forward. So I would like us to delay, get some really clear definitions of this, because I've read that letter, and there's some wording in there. The Attorney General asked for further information. And so why can't we just delay it so that we all can vote on this and have a unanimous vote on this to support this 100%?
Mayor, my only other comment is the Attorney General said he could use some more information with respect to the relationship of Ms. Williams, her nonprofit, from a school board potential conflict issue, not from a council potential conflict.
It's an elected official. It doesn't say, it doesn't give any parameters of who the elected official is, of what position they hold. They say elected official. We know of an individual who owns businesses down in the Uptown TAD district that could not run for office because he owned those businesses. And so there's information swirling all around this that I would just like to get it clarified so that I can vote. I want to vote for this, but I can't with all of this swirling around. I want it clarified.
Well, I don't think we're going to get any more clarification on the conflict of interest issues from the Attorney General, and we have no evidence to change the opinion that we gave, that there's no legal conflict of interest. You can certainly delay it. That's your prerogative. You are the governing authority who makes the final approval, and we'll be glad to,
So if it's delayed, where are you going to get your answer from if the Attorney General has ruled and you have opined that there's no conflict? Who else are you going to go to?
I don't know what the Attorney General could possibly say in addition to what he has said,
And in the meantime,
Ms. Williams is still the agent for CHI Housing Initiative, and that has not changed since February. So I just don't know what else he could say.
So does the Attorney General know that Ms. Williams is the CEO of NeighborWorks, who is the developer and all of, as well as an elected official?
Well, we didn't mention Ms. Williams by name, but we certainly asked that question of the Attorney General. And he came back with two
that
answers.
specific language that they are the CEO of the developer as well as an elected official?
Yes, we said a school board elected member and an employee of a nonprofit entity which may ultimately develop some of the property in the TAD. And he answered two questions: is the elected member of the school board an elected or appointed official or employee under the conflict of interest law? He said no. On number two, he said he'd like more information as far as the school board relationship went and the conflict on their side.
Was he provided with that further information?
We don't have that information. We have the facts that she is the registered agent for CHI, Columbus Housing Initiative. That hadn't changed. I don't know what else he's looking for.
Well, then maybe I misunderstood the conversation that you and I had before I became an elected official.
No, we were very clear on that, and you are absolutely correct. The state law does apply to members of this governing body as the county governing authority. And we recommended specifically to you and others on the council that they not purchase or acquire property in a TAD that they would be having to approve projects in, and that's still the case.
All right, we've got a few other comments. Councilor Barnes?
I just want a little bit of clarification on this, because, just correct me now if I'm mistaken, we have already asked of the Attorney General, and the Attorney General has said that there's no problem. And you, Clifton, as our attorney, is saying that there's no problem. Is that correct?
Absolutely, and let me read you what the Attorney General said back. Based on the facts we had that have not changed as of today, because the Columbus Consolidated Government is the political subdivision which is exercising redevelopment powers in this instance, it appears that the school board has no applicable association that would present a possible conflict of interest under OCGA 364421. Now, on the other issue related to the school board possible conflict, says in the broadest of terms, it appears you are correct that a single board member or employee of a nonprofit entity is unlikely to have the type of interest or control contemplated by OCGA 364421. He said, if you got more information, I'll be glad to have it, but we don't have any more.
But the only reason I'm asking is just to honor the councilor's concern, and then I'm not an attorney.
Right.
She raised a question. I think this is an awesome opportunity, really. But I just wanted to honor her concern.
Sure.
So, okay, I made a motion for this.
Yeah, and we'll be happy to give the clerk the letter we sent, the letter we got back in February.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And I think Councilor Davis has
All right,
another
we have
question, I'm told.
yes, Councilor Davis had some comments. Councilor?
Yes, Mayor, the city manager asked what could possibly help the council to come to a conclusion. One of the other areas that I struggle with that I just don't have clarity on it, okay? And I'm like Councilor Crabb and every other councilor, I want to make this happen, okay? I want to see it happen. I just want to make sure that everything is clean and clear, that's all. I do not have any understanding today of the financial structure of this development. I really don't. I do not understand the model and how people buying homes, people renting homes, commerce, things happening, how that money flow is going to work. I just know that a lot of people are putting money in a pot. It's going to come to the city, and the city's going to write a check somewhere, and I don't know where that goes. I could really benefit from sitting down with somebody and having that opportunity to have that discussion, so it helps me a little more in clarity of this matter, because I'm asking, help me help you to make this happen. I can do it. I just have to have these questions answered.
Well, and Mayor, I understand that, and of course, it's on the city manager's agenda, and, you know, and I'm puzzled because the city attorney gives opinions all the time that we follow, you know, and they say if you got a lawyer, you ought to listen to your lawyer. And I'm listening to the lawyer today, and we typically do. And I'm hearing the city attorney say to the members of council, and he represents all of us, that there is no issue. And he says the Attorney General says there's no issue, and he agrees with the Attorney General. I just don't know what else. If our own lawyer is sitting on television saying, it's my opinion that there's no problem, why is there a problem?
I agree.
And are we going to hire another lawyer to give a different opinion?
Only if
Or are we going to listen to our
wrong.
lawyer?
Only if he's wrong. Ms. Williams, did you have something to add, please, ma'am?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to address Councilor Davis's last question on the business model, and I don't know that I can lay it out completely to everybody's full understanding, but I can try. So first of all, this request is not coming for bonding from the city. We're bringing traditional debt to the table so that the city will allow us to pay go. So that means we will pay as we go using our own funds. The funding, or what's known as a capital stack, is a little complex, but we're bringing $1 million of our own money. We're bringing $3 million in traditional debt to build the homes. We're bringing $3 million in another guaranteed debt instrument to back the TAD benefit, and we're bringing $6 million new market tax credit. That's what will allow us to actually lose money on these houses so that they can be affordable. Because as most of you in business know, today's environment does not allow you to build a brand new 3-bedroom, 2-bath house that is energy efficient, safe, and secure with a fenced yard for families and sell them for about $120,000 to $150,000. They usually sell for about $250,000. So we have to bring in equity from investors, private investors, that will allow us to offset that gap and keep it affordable for our families. So the multifamily, of course, will include LIHTC, low-income housing tax credits, as will the family rental units, the 55 in age and above, as well as the traditional family rentals. The single family for sale will be new market tax credits. So we have a capital stack that is very complex, but it has worked in this community. You spoke to 4th Avenue, Highland Homes on 4th. 32 homes were built under a $7 million new market tax credit, very successfully. Every home sold. They're beautiful, and I appreciate what you said about the community. It is quite magical when you drive down that and know that that street was the street that produced the most 911 calls in that police precinct the year before we started our work. So I hope that helps Councilor Davis with what the capital stack and the model, the business model looks like.
So I'm glad you pointed out the history of the area that you just completed and how successful. Where is this area, and tell me about the area.
So Highland Homes is in the Mill District. It's on 4th Avenue between...
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. This new one, Elliott's Walk?
I don't want to talk about that anymore, yeah.
Elliott's Walk, for those of you who grew up here, you will probably know it as the old Victory Drive Drive-In. So that's the property that the Elliott and Buck families owned. It is contiguous to some of the worst housing I think I've ever seen in Columbus. There's substandard trailers. There's even some campers that are being used for residential units in this property. We worked with First Baptist Church because the Elliott family, the Buck family, all owned that property, are members of that church. They really wanted to impact that area dramatically. And Hal Everett had a dream. He took it to his church, and they combined the property and then gifted it to NeighborWorks under an agreement for use of affordable housing. We have cleared approximately 15 of the mobile homes, relocated individuals, and then many of the substandard units were simply demolished. So it is an underused property. It borders Bull Creek, the Victory Drive flea market. For those of you who travel on Saturdays down in that area, you'll know that flea market. It sits behind that. It's a beautiful piece of property that I think will feel very special for the residents.
Well, and thank you. And you know, and the reason it's on my agenda is that we cannot miss opportunities to take an economically depressed, blighted, low-income area where it's crime-ridden, and clear it and clean it up and make it something great, something beautiful. And we have an opportunity here on the south side of town, in this economically depressed, low-income census tract, to do something awesome.
What you do today not only has the potential to add over 200 new affordable units to your portfolio, but at the end of the process, it will represent some $40 million in investment that will go on your tax rolls and be taxable, and right now it is not.
And I hope we don't miss this opportunity.
Thank you.
Is that it, Mr. City Manager?
That's
I'm
it.
sorry.
Just, I know there's a motion on the floor, and we just.
It takes a learning curve, don't it?
Yeah, there we go.
And,
Wait, just a minute.
and Mr. City Manager, I want to just segue to something it may have been maybe a month or a month and a half ago, where you brought up, someone came up to you and wanted to know what's being done on the south side, because more things are being done on the
Right.
north side. And I think you gave a litany.
That's all right.
Of things that were done on the south side, to let individuals know that, and I know that what the perception is, and perception is 98% of reality for everybody, but you gave a factual, objective.
I did. That's right.
It wasn't just your opinion, but you gave an objective analysis, a litany of the things that were done.
That's right.
This is another one. It would be foolish for us to pass up an opportunity like this here, especially in that area. And so I just wanted to hearken back on to what you, in fact, it was a little bit more than a month, about 2 months ago, I think.
Right.
So, it's not, there was no connection. This just happened to come to us now, which is another way that we can add to the citizens and let everyone know this is, when you talk about Columbus, we're talking about, as far as this government is concerned,
That's right.
we're speaking about all of Columbus. And so I just wanted to bring that up because you made it a point because someone came up to you.
I'm always challenged about.
And you want to know something? Let me just tell you. I'm sure that Councilor House, he was in the military. When anything went wrong at any level, who wore the black hat? I beg your pardon? Okay, and it's saying, so I don't envy you, but it's obviously a job that Councilor House relished when he was in the military. I relished my job. We were big boys enough to take the heat on things. But we look at you, I know, at least I know I do, and I know whatever comes down the pike, if it's something that's bad, I know you're going to have to catch it. It just goes with the territory. But I just wanted to, because I love Columbus. Columbus is on the move in every area of Columbus, and this is just one of the areas that we're fortunate enough to have come our way that we need to really jump on. And that's just a comment I wanted to.
All right, I don't think we have anyone else waiting to speak virtually either. Councilor Davis. If we can patch Councilor Davis in. Councilor? Councilor Davis?
Who's unmuted?
Are you on mute?
No, he's on mute.
No, okay, can you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, we got you now.
Okay, and still, I guess, we're working through this here at the table, and I'm okay with that. The city manager, I know that you're a big fan of this. It's clear that, and I am as well, but I do want you to direct you to a paragraph in the letter from the Assistant Attorney General that says, and I'm reading, the determination, however, is highly fact-dependent, and your letter does not provide sufficient information as to the individual's precise role in the project. In absence of more specific factual background, it is difficult to address these issues with more specificity. And You know, those things are the one thing, that leaves question marks in my mind. I know what was stated today, and it leaves question marks in my mind. And if I had time, I think I can work through that. The second thing is, I wanted to ask you, one, can this project be put in a trust so that all the funds that we know would be contained into this development? That's question one. Question two is, you know, what was stated about the development in general is the development's going to move forward, okay? I don't look at this decision predicating the move forward in this development. The financing is totally different than the tax allocation districts. You have to get houses on the ground. You have to collect property taxes. My question is, Mr. City Manager, is once that money comes into the city, where is the city going to mail the check?
Let me say this, Councilor Davis, to your questions. Can development be placed in a trust, and once money comes into the city, where do we place the check? Let me tell you what, you know, and this may not answer your question directly, but, you know, as city manager, I rely on the city attorney and his opinion. I don't always agree with his opinion, and I tell him that. But I live by the opinion that the city attorney provides to me. And I'll tell him, I don't like it and I don't agree with it, but you know what? I do it because he's the city attorney, and if I need someone to defend me or the city, then because that was his opinion, I expect him to defend. And then to your second question, you know, about money coming into the city, when I spoke with Deputy City Manager Pam Hodge, and she's virtual too, about this several days ago. And she's former finance director, and she is over our finances in the city. When I talked to her about this project, she said these words to me: what Neighbor Works is trying to do is exactly what TADs are supposed to do. Those are her exact words, pretty close to exact. And so when the city attorney shares his opinion, and the deputy city manager of finance says those words to me, you know, that's something I'll put my signature on and move forward. And that's where I am with this. I've got a city attorney who's had a legal opinion, and from the attorney general and his opinion, and I've got a deputy city manager of finance saying, no issue, this is exactly what these dollars are supposed to be used for. That's why it's on my agenda. And that's why I strongly recommend it and support it. And there is no way I want to walk out of this building and be able to tell people who challenge me, as Councilor Barnes has said every day, what you do on the north side and what you don't do on the south side, and tell them that we're fighting over putting 229 affordable units on the south of Victory Drive. I can't walk out of here and tell them I didn't push hard for it. I didn't fight for it. 229 affordable units. And I'm sure they will say you should not have had to fight for it. And so that's kind of where I am with it.
All right, we've got Councilor Tucker who wants to be heard. Councilor? Councilor Tucker?
Yes. This is a great opportunity for the South Side. I'm listening to both sides of the story. On the second page of the letter that was sent out, it made it's a statement on there about elected officials being prohibited to being involved indirectly or directly in any property in a redevelopment area. So my concern is if we do this now, based on statement with the individuals being an elected official on the board. That's the only problem. It's not that, we don't need, this development. It's just that statement alone that's causing the concern. So what I'm requesting is exactly what Councilor Crabb said. Can we, and Glenn Davis and Councilor Davis, can we slow down and look at this? Because we do want to approve it.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I would just ask the council to take a vote, and I'm done with it. It's either going to go forward or it's not.
Well, we've got a motion and a second to approve, and we've had comments from the city attorney that there's not just limited, but almost non-existent individuals to send it to for further vetting because of the opinions already given. And the city manager stated it quite well that we depend on our city attorney. And because of that, the city attorney is almost always very conservative in what he tells us we can and cannot do and how things are going to be impacted, because he knows that if something went sideways, he's covering all of us. So I understand what's being asked, and I have spoken with some of the counselors. I understand the concerns, but again, I come back to the fact that our city attorney has given us his advice. He has studied this. He's talked to individuals, and so we've got unless the maker of the motion or the second wants to withdraw, we will call for the vote. This is Councilor Davis to the motion.
To the motion. Again, Mr. City Manager, I really appreciate your comments, and I align myself with your comments. I just want you to know, I go back to when I started. I found out about this request Sunday. I certainly would love the opportunity. I want you to know, I would love the opportunity to sit down with you and Ms. Williams and talk through this, to be able to clear some of these concerns I have. I think that's my part in doing my due diligence as elected official, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. And I think the message that's coming across is that we're all in support of this. We just want to make sure, because of the request coming from a specific funding vehicle, that we are doing it appropriately. That's all we ask. And I think that we can get to that point. It takes a matter of sitting down and having a conversation. I don't know if you're willing to do that, but I'm somewhat asking for that. And if we're going to move forward with a vote, I just want the citizens to know where I stand and what I'm trying to accomplish. It doesn't mean, if I don't support it today, it doesn't mean that I'm not in support of this project, because I want to see it happen. I just want to make sure that it's being done in my mind, because look, everybody knows that I have worked for 4 years to get this law changed. I don't like the law. The law is terribly written, but it is what it is, and we couldn't get our state legislators to change this. But I know how it applies to me, and I know what I've been told, and I know what I would have to do if I develop in these tag districts. And all I'm trying to do is seek clarity to be able to move forward. I just want people to know that, and I want people to understand that. Whether they appreciate it or not, that's okay, but it's part of me doing my due diligence as elected official.
Well, and Mayor, I do understand.
Yep. Look, we see it all the time in state legislature and in federal legislation. There will be a titled bill that people like what the bill is.
Right.
But there's some piece of it that just doesn't sit well with them. So I understand completely the counselors that have concerns. Are there any more comments? All right, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
All right, we'll need to take a probably a voice vote. Those here need to raise their hands who are in favor. All right, the 3 counselors here are in favor. Those that are virtually, we'll go through the list. Counselor Tucker? Yes or no?
No.
No? I didn't hear that.
Did you say no? Counsel?
Did she? I couldn't hear.
She said
What
no.
was the motion?
I couldn't, I'm sorry, we couldn't understand you. We're trying, the motion is to approve.
She said no, the motion.
It's to approve the item on the city manager's agenda.
Yes, to approve the item that we're the question on the city manager's agenda. Item 4.
It's to approve the item on the city manager's agenda.
Yes, to approve the item that's all right. Item 4. All right, counselors, if you're watching virtually, if you'd all mute yourselves, and as I call your name, just unmute and tell us yes or no. Okay, Counselor Tucker said no. All right, who else we got up there? Counselor Thomas? Counselor Thomas, are you muted?
Yes.
All right, Counselor Thomas votes yes. Counselor Woodson?
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Davis?
Yes.
Who is it? Counselor Davis?
Yeah.
And would you tell?
Can you?
We got a counselor in the back. Did you get her?
Well, no, she was going to recuse herself because of a past financial relationship with.
Oh.
All right, Counselor Davis, are you in favor, or he may not be there either? All right, and Counselor Huff?
Yes.
What is that total? That's 6? Okay. Okay.
Thomas was yes, yeah.
All right, well then that motion passes, I think 6-3.
Mr. Mayor, number 4 on my agenda is an encroachment agreement with Piedmont Columbus Regional. Approval requested authorizing the execution of an encroachment agreement with Columbus Regional for refacing the wall and other improvements to the retaining wall located on the south side of Tarleton Road between 8th Avenue and North Avenue. Requesting your approval.
All right, what's the pleasure of council? Motion approved from Mayor Pro Tem, second from Councilor House. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes.
We've got a FEMA assistance grant for firefighters, $307,000.
All right, there's a motion from Councilor House to approve items 5 through 9 on the city manager's agenda. Is there a second? Second. There's a second from Councilor Crabb. Is there any item any councilor wishes to have pulled for discussion? Okay, that's right. So would you be willing to change your motion 5 through 8? All right, motion is modified to 5 through 8. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, and then Councilor Tucker, did you have a question on item 9?
Yes, myself and Councilor Woodson are requesting either a presentation at the next council meeting or a scheduled presentation that will provide a tutorial, a walkthrough for that application process for item number 9.
I think that's a good request. I
Yeah.
think it'll give us an opportunity to let the public know what they're
Yeah,
going
no
to be
problem.
needing to do. We'll do that. Thank you. Is there a motion to approve number 9?
Motion to approve.
Motion by the Mayor Pro Tem,
Okay.
second by Councilor Tucker.
Second.
All in, any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that's approved. Mr. City Manager, if you walk through items 5 through 9 very quickly, just to kind of let everybody know what they were.
Yes, sir. Firefighter assistance grant, $307,000 with FEMA. It's for the purchase of new fitness equipment for the department's 14 stations and training division. Number 6 was solicited general crime victim assistance grant. It's $203,419. It supports direct services to crime victims, persons who have suffered from physical, sexual, financial, or emotional harm as a result of the commission of a crime. I've got the Victim of Crime Compensation Grant. It is $50,000 or as funded, and it's allocated in the FY22 budget to provide funding for crime victim assistance in the Chattahoochee Judicial Circuit. 8 is the Victim of Crime Act base grant. It's $417,247. And then I've got the Memorandum of Understanding with Startup Columbus for small business, where we are partnering with them, and we will bring back a presentation. But it's the CCG has allocated $4.85 million in American Rescue Plan Act funds to administer the grant program, and we had a successful program with the initial COVID dollars with Startup Columbus, and so the department partnered with Startup Columbus and the Chamber of Commerce to administer the grant program that provided assistance to small businesses of Columbus that have negatively been impacted or affected by COVID pandemic. I've got purchases. I've got uniform, dress, shoes, and boots.
Move approval of A through E.
Motion to approve the purchases A through E from Councilor House, second from the Mayor Pro Tem. Any item that anyone would like pulled for further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of approval of the purchases signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, they are approved. If you let the public know what they are.
We've got uniform, dress shoes, and boots on an as-needed basis. We will spend $391,916 with various companies. We've got frame grates, covers, and inlets for sewer stormwater maintenance, and an estimated annual contract, $248,868. We've got roofing services at Gallup Senior Center, Linwood, Tillis Park. It's $70,324. And got a firefighter cancer insurance policy renewal, $64,750. And then the classification and compensation study and analysis. And Mayor, I am going to have the the HR director to come and talk about the classification and compensation study and analysis, Retha Hollowell. And we've been talking about this for some time, and we want to keep this moving forward. As we know, our employees, public safety, and others are counting on us being more competitive, that we can fill some slots that are not filled at this point. And so we need to move this forward, and I appreciate your approval, but she wants to provide you a bit more of the details.
All right, I'm sorry, Retha, before you start, do we need to approve that emergency purchase?
No.
Okay. Retha.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to the city manager. Thank you for the vote purchase on the purchasing agenda with regard to the selection now of a consultant. So this is huge. This is a major step in the direction that we want to go with this classification and compensation study. So this is a huge first step. Right now, what this means is we'll be able to contact the consultant that you all have voted on today and get them boots on the ground. And I wanted to just give just a little bit information and also solicit information from council, because this is a process for all of us. You know, HR, finance, the city manager, the mayor will be involved in it day by day on a daily basis. But we really need council to be involved and to be at the table. And I'm determined to make sure that, you know, 6 months from now, that you all are not looking glazed eyes and not sure about what's going on. So one of the things I wanted to just share, just to kind of give an overview again to you all with regard to the purpose of this classification and compensation study, and just talk a little bit about what the scope of it is. The RFP, I will tell you, and I'm very thankful for the committee that was involved with the RFP, and I do want to mention that we had great support and input from the chamber board. There were 3 board members from the chamber who participated in the evaluation of the RFP. They were very, very much engaged, and I'm very, very appreciative of the chamber. I just want to mention their name and thank them. Audrey Hollingsworth, Lori Alton, and Rodney Close. They were representatives from the chamber, and they were very much involved in the evaluation process, and I do appreciate their help. I do also, in addition to the evaluation committee that ended up with the recommendation that we have today, we also had input from our public safety departments. General government employees served as well, but from public safety. So, you know, because it's not HR, it's not any one group of people, but it belongs to all of our employees in terms of them getting input, providing their input, and having a say in the outcome of what we're doing here. So I'm very much dependent on council to remain engaged in this process. I did want to mention, in terms of the scope, it is very wide. It includes, one of the things we did, we looked at 14 other communities, cities and counties in the state of Georgia and in the South region. We looked at 14 cities and counties who had, over the last 3 to 5 years, had adopted a pay and compensation study for their organization. So we looked at that as we were trying to put together the scope of services that we wanted included in our RFP, and it's very extensive. It's those things that you expect to be in there. Yes, they're going to be doing a market analysis of all of our positions, and as you all know, I've mentioned this before, we have well over 600 positions, position titles in this government. So they're going to be looking at all of those position titles. There's going to be a market analysis. There's going to be a benefit analysis so that it looks at our total compensation. Some of the things you all have mentioned here, I know Councilor Woodson, she gave me a pain point, you know, and I still solicit that, you know, as we get the consultant boots on the ground, I am soliciting feedback from you, feedback that you might hear from constituents that you're talking about in terms of what they want to see. And we'll be talking, the consultant, hopefully, as soon as we get situated with that, we'll have the consultant here to be able to share with you. I won't be the only person keeping you up to date and sharing information, but we'll have the consultant here as well. The consultant is also committed to meet with the employees, so there'll be employee meetings, there'll be department director meetings, there'll be meetings at council. So everybody will have an opportunity, number one, to be informed, but also to provide their input. And this is what I would solicit from the council, is if you have ideas, if you, for example, right now, since this has been approved, and I hope purchasing would be okay with this, for example, if you wanted to just see the scope of services, you don't need to look at the document because it's really thick and it's a lot of reading, but if you just wanted to look at, and it's a lot of point by point, but if you wanted to look at the scope of services, I would love to be able to share that with council, just so you'll know what the consultant is going to be looking at. So you don't say, well, did they check this, did they check that? You'll know exactly what the consultant is looking at, and then you'll have a chance to provide input and ask questions on that. So we're just real excited. I will mention this as a last thing, is the consultant that is selected for this project. they've said that they can do the study and the analysis in 6 months. So that's good news for us. Now, that doesn't mean that we're going to have a document that we're going to be ready to implement, but the study and the analysis will be done in about 6 months. But it depends on us as an organization, too, giving them what they need, meeting with them when they need to meet with us, and those sorts of things. But that helps us stay with our timeline. So if we say about 6 months, you know, by the end of July, the end of August, we should be in a much better place in terms of what that study and analysis look like. Of course, there'll be things to do after that. There'll probably be some type of appeal process for somebody that may have questions about their particular positions. Then there'll be things that we'll have to do to make sure that our human resources information system is ready to implement the study. And then, of course, it depends on when council is ready. When you say, well, we want to do something January 1, we want to do something July 1, you know, council will have that say. So in terms of that timeline. But that's pretty much what I have. I'm just real excited right now that you all have taken this vote and we're ready to get the consultant started. But that's all I have, and I'll be glad to answer and respond to any questions that you all have.
All right, I think we have Councilor Woodson that wants to ask a question or make a comment. Councilor Woodson, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Ms. Micah, my question is, in the pay study, did you include the language differential?
Absolutely. It is included. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. That, to me, that's a vital piece for recruiting, and it's a very vital benefit for individuals.
I agree.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, I think that's all. I don't see any other questions. Sandra, anybody else on virtual? We're excited about it. I'm very grateful for all the work you're putting into it because, you know, we want to get this right. We want to make sure that not only we're taking care of our employees, but that we're competitive in the marketplace so that we're able to attract good quality employees.
Absolutely.
Thank you, ma'am.
And so, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to go out of order as my updates are listed. So I want to call on Finance Director Angelica Alexander on the alcohol licensing process, and then we'll come with waste collection.
Thank you. Good afternoon and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
So this will be a pretty brief update. Back in the 2020 legislative session, the state legislation approved House Bill 879. This legislation directed the Department of Revenue to develop a central alcohol licensing portal. And the intent of the portal was so that there would be a single platform where businesses could apply for both state and local licenses. So it took a while for the Department of Revenue to actually fully implement, come up with the portal actually for full implementation. The legislation was effective January 1st of 2021. However, it is it's not ready to go live until tomorrow, actually, January 12th, 2020. The new alcohol licensing portal will be made available to the public for use, and all new alcohol license applications and transfer applications must be submitted through this new online portal. The website that businesses would go to, if you're a new business, you would go to the Georgia Tax Center. This is a state website, is gtc.dor.ga.gov. And so as a new business, you must register for a sales and use tax account when you're applying for an alcohol license through the portal. You'll see here, just circled in red, where you would go to register a new Georgia business. That's towards the bottom of the screen, and again, the web address is listed up top. The state actually really sort of just threw this on us. Quite honestly, there was one webinar that they hosted around the holidays, in terms of this central alcohol licensing portal. Yvonne Ivy, the revenue manager who really oversees the alcohol licensing process for us here locally, attended the webinar and provided the information that was provided to the state. We actually provided from the state. We actually received a how-to packet, I believe, Ms. City Manager, just last week it was sent to you. And so that information has been posted on our website. But I'll get to that more specifically in just a moment. But as far as existing businesses, again, if you're an existing business, you should have a sales and use tax account to report any sales taxes that may be due to the state and due to us locally. So for an existing business, you would log into your Georgia Tax Center account, click the See More Links button that's circled there in red, and then register for a new tax account. Now, all of the documentation in terms of what's required to get a business license in Columbus, Muskogee County is still required. When you log into the centralized portal, you would have a link as well as a PDF document for all of the forms that's required to be submitted to us locally. So that would include the alcoholic beverage application, the sign and survey application, criminal background check consent form, the SAVE affidavit, the mixed drinks advertisement, as well as the certificate of organization or incorporation, if that's applicable to you as a corporation, your federal identification verification letter, as well as a copy of your Georgia's driver's license or ID. It is important that all applicants realize that these documents must be uploaded to the portal. They are required for a local license, but they are also required by the state to be uploaded to the portal. So in terms of what happens once you upload the information to the portal, once all the documentation is submitted, finance, revenue division staff will review all of the paperwork for completion and to make sure that it's acceptable. And if all documents are in acceptable form, we'll reach out to the applicant to pay any applicable fees and then begin the internal interdepartmental review and approval process. That does not change from our current process. When someone applies for an alcohol license now, once we take in all the information that was on the previous slide, all the required information that we need, we begin the internal departmental review process. And once that is complete, we'll notify the applicant as to the status of their application, whether it was either approved or denied. In this particular case, the extra step for us would be that we now have to upload the copy of the license to the state portal, as well as update the status for the local license as to whether it was approved or denied. So in terms of where you can find the information, the state, since we're doing this and this isn't applicable until tomorrow, there's no state website that I can really point them to in terms of the how-to information. So we do have that on our website, which is columbusga.gov/finance/revenue.htm, which is circled here on the slide. So if you go to the city's website, look up the finance department, click on the revenue division, the information is there. And there is like I said, a how-to manual that we received from the state that says if you're a new business, how to register. If you're an existing business, how to register. And that's the presentation, and I will be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Are there any questions of the finance director? Sandra, any? No, ma'am. Good job.
All right.
So,
Councilor Woodson I'm sorry, Councilor Woodson?
Yes, it was previously, but it's okay. I'll still go here too. Would this information be placed on our website also so that people that see the presentation know where to go?
Yes, this information as far as how to register on the Georgia Tax Center is located on our website. It is located on the Finance Department website under the Revenue Division.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, I wanted to speak before we get to the clerk's agenda.
Okay.
Next, Mr. Mayor, we have the waste collection update from Public Works Director Drell Short.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to see you all today. Happy New Year to those of you that I haven't seen already. I'm not going to take much time. I'm going to give you a very brief update on waste collection, where we are right now, and what we plan to do or hope that we can do in the future. What we will talk about is household waste collection. We'll talk about recycling waste collection, yard waste collection, and bulk waste collection. We'll also venture into automation, have a video that I'd like to show you just so that you understand exactly how it's going to work. We're going to talk about some service upgrades that we would like to implement within our division. And I'd like to just state that we're not looking for a vote today. We're just wanting to give you this information so when we come back to you, you'll have an idea of what we're talking about. And then there's a list of areas that we'd like to just to mention for future discussions with the council. So in starting and talking about household waste collection, we need you to know that we are still operating with 5 open routes, meaning that we start every day collecting with 5 vacancies in that area of waste collection. And we fill those vacancies by bringing drivers who would normally be working in yard waste to the household side to make sure that all of the household waste is collected. We have no backlog in household waste collection as of right now, and we don't anticipate to have any. That's our mission, and we do that every single day. As of November 30th, we did have 22 vacant positions within waste collection as a whole. We did have the ability, and we hired 3 new drivers who are still with us today, but in the same week, we lost 3 other drivers. So our vacancies are still standing at 22 in waste collection. For recycling, as you know, recycling is collected with household garbage collection, so there's no backlog on recycling collection. Since July, we have delivered over 1,800 carts to various residents here in Columbus. We still have about 650 work orders that we diligently work on every day to make sure we get delivered as we can. But that number does fluctuate because people do call every day for collection. So in talking about yard waste, as you know, AmWaste is our current contractor assisting us with picking up collection of yard waste throughout the city. They have 40 routes that they collect in a week. We have 16 routes that we need to collect in a week. They have done an awesome job in making sure those 40 routes are collected, but we got behind on picking up our 16 routes. And we got behind because of vacancies. We just didn't have anyone to operate the trucks, literally, that could go out there and pick up the yard waste. So the week of the 20th of December, we recognized that we had a lot of waste in those 16 areas that we needed to get picked up. And so I called the department together and asked for them to do a citywide sweep, which means they don't do what they normally do during the day in their divisions they come together and they get everything and anything that can haul waste and put boots to the ground and picked up everything that was in those 16 areas or those 16 routes that we're responsible for. And in doing this, it also gave us a better position to go to AmWaste and say, we need your help. And they were more than gracious. They came and sat down with us and we explained the position that we were in, and they were gracious enough to say, we'll help. So now what we're doing is we're rotating 4 of those 16 routes into their standard route every day or every week. So we are not behind on the waste collection that we are responsible for as far as waste collection is concerned. This is just a quick visual map showing you exactly what AmWaste collects as it is right now, what we had our divisions to go out and do during that week of December 20th. Shows you that the orange was streets department, the red was beautification, the green was forestry, and the blue was rainwater management. They just came together as a perfect team and cleaned up those areas. The white area that you see up there are just areas that are not serviced by the city currently. Those are your industrial parks and places like that. So we wanted to bring a reminder to you and to the general public about the solid waste ordinance as it pertains to yard waste. And I just want to read it. It says, the solid waste ordinance reads, Section 13167.28 states that all nurseries, landscaping, gardening firms, clearing, grading, and building contractors, and logging and pulpwood-related operations shall remove all solid waste which they accumulate through their work. It's something that we haven't been very vigilant, honestly, to enforce on a daily basis, but it is something that I am taking this division towards, making sure that we're doing more enforcement of this ordinance as we move forward towards automation.
Would you put that in kind of plain, simple English? What does that mean?
Yeah, absolutely. So what this means is that if you have any form of lawn service, gardener, yard man, maintenance man that is doing maintenance to your yard, to your property, and they have a bag or 2 bags or 3 bags or 40 bags of waste from their job, they are supposed to haul that off themselves. They are not supposed to put it on the right-of-way for the city to be expected to be picked up. And that's basically what it means in the whole. Bulk waste. Did I skip one? I think I did. Nope. Bulk waste, we closed 1,010 bulk waste work orders since November. That was 641 green waste bulk work orders and 369 junk waste work orders. We want to improve this service. We know that right now we're struggling and we recognize that, but there are some changes that we'd like to see happen that would help us to be more efficient. And we're not going to ask for a vote today, but we'll bring it back to you again at a later time. But we did want to make sure that you know that it will not affect our Tree for Fee program. We want that to stay intact and to continue to work as it is. This is just a quick map showing you since November up to last week, basically, all of the bulk waste pickups we made throughout the community. And this is just a small, short video that I have as it relates to...
Press it again.
Press it again? Oh, there we go. This is how automation will work. It's that simple.
Where's the inmate?
The inmate is no longer on the truck. We will redistribute those inmates to other areas of public works that we need manpower to do jobs. So it literally takes our trucks from having a 3-man crew to a 1-person crew, and that's the driver. The driver does everything. So beginning in February, we have IPL, who is our contractor, will be delivering 2 carts per every resident household that is serviced by the city. 1 cart will be black, 1 cart will be green. The black cart is for the household waste collection, and the green cart is for the yard waste. One of the most important things in going towards automation is cart placement once you receive these carts, and we just want to make sure that everyone thinks about it when they're putting their things out.
Well, just to be clear,
Yes, sir.
I mean, we're just getting carts early, but we are not ready for automation.
No.
It'd be sometimes later.
It'll be
the
later
year,
on
next
in the
year,
year or
or-
next year, and that's
Yeah.
dependent on when we can get those trucks.
Yeah, but they will have carts.
That's correct. Now, does that mean they can't use their carts now? Absolutely, they can use their carts now. We have a flipper on our current trucks that will allow the back man to hook the cart and dump it over if they feel that it's too heavy for them to lift.
Okay, we were just saying, they're going to deliver carts, like in February, the different carts, the black one and so forth. And they can use those carts, but we won't have trucks this year, maybe early next year.
Okay.
So we just want to,
Came out,
yeah,
number of people, so
Yeah.
they'll be delivered.
Yes.
the carts.
When automation starts.
The
We're
automation-
going to say next year.
Next year. Good,
Yeah.
good. We're good.
So we'll, yeah.
Okay. But it is important that we make sure the public knows exactly how to place these carts on the right-of-way. We need for you to have at least 3 feet between the carts. So for example, if you are putting out your household garbage collection as well as your recycling, you need 3 feet between the two. But keep in mind, you need to also be mindful of any stationary objects that are on your right-of-way in front of your home, for example, like your mailbox or a telephone pole. We also need for you to make sure that there's a 3-foot buffer between the cart and that stationary object as well. So when we were talking about improving our bulk waste collection, and again, we're not looking for a vote today, we just want to put this in your mind and have you think on it as we have been. We want to change from going from a daily route collection to a daily requested collection schedule. So what does that mean? Right now, our driver has a designated route that he has to take every Monday to pick up all the bulk waste. While he's doing that driving, he's looking down different streets and he's looking for piles on the route. We want to stop that. We want to go to a requested creation of routes. So we're asking our residents to continue to do what they've been doing in this process, and that is to call 311 to put in their work orders for collection. But instead of doing that designated route, we will create routes based on the work orders that come in. So if we get 50 work orders on a Monday, Tuesday morning, they're going to run that route for those 50 work orders, and that's it. If we get 100 the next day, then we're going to run that 100 the next day in that order based on those requests. So that, I think, will help us to be more efficient as we continue to go forward in waste collection for this community. And frankly, I think it's going to help us to save a lot of time on the roads. When you're just riding around looking for bulk waste to pick up, it can be very time consuming, and we just want to stop that. We would like to let you know that on average we receive from 311 approximately 729 bulk waste requests per month, and we don't feel that it will be a problem in handling this many requests every month under this new way of doing it. So for future discussions, we would like to come back and talk to you about the rate study. We know one was done, I believe, in 2019, sir. We've got the consultant right now updating that rate study based on different actions that we've taken this year to assist waste collection. In that study, we will talk about residential monthly cost. We'll talk about additional cart user fees if possible. And then we'll also like to talk about our backdoor service. And I know many of you may not even realize that we have this service or what this service is. And basically, it's a service for all of our disabled residents who live alone and have no way. Is it my mic? No, I did it. I'm sorry, okay. But it's for our disabled residents who live alone and need assistance getting their carts from their property, from their front to the street. We literally go and pick up the cart, bring it to the curb line, dump it, and take it back and put it back on their property. That's just to assist them, but we do feel that it would only be fair that we have a modest fee associated with that type of service.
But you know, I tell you, the people that are a little concerned about it, it's probably going to be easier because they're not going to produce any more trash. They'll have the wheels, and a lot of the elderly may find it easier to get these to the curb. Councilor House.
Thank you, Mayor. You've got the 2 items I wanted to mention, but I just wanted to emphasize the need for that future discussion, the additional cart user fees, because I've had a lot of people contact me about yard waste, and they think they're going to fill up 2, if not 3, of those carts every time they cut the grass because of the size of the yard. They just make a lot of grass. And then the other issue, the backdoor service fee, I've had a number of elderly people express concern about, even with the wheels, if that 96-gallon can is running hard down a slope, if you don't have enough arm muscle and whatever to hang on to it, it might take you down the driveway. So it's certainly going to be an issue, I think, with more people asking for that help, and that just needs to be part of that discussion and that advertisement. Yeah. So we tell people what to do. Yeah. And I heard you on Business Break this morning, and someone asked for more than one container, and you said, she was on Business Break this morning, by the way, and you said yes, and they may or may not need it, but certainly if they think they need it. And so I think that's a good thing. And then I thought about, I was in Atlanta, and I noticed, I guess they get these bags from Home Depot.
They're biodegradable paper bags.
Biodegradable paper bags. That's what they're using in Atlanta.
That's right.
And I went through some nice neighborhoods, and they all had the biodegradable
Biodegradable.
bags
Paper bags.
on their lawn. I'm like, why can they do that and we can't, you know? And I know we're not Atlanta, of course, but I guess the point is, I heard the gentleman talk about fear of change, and we're gonna have some of that, and we gotta transition through
We are,
that.
and we are looking and talking with our contractor right now to make sure that we have some sense of assistance as we transition. We don't want to just put the community out there and expect it to happen overnight. We recognize that for some people, it's going to take a little bit more time for them to get used to having just one container, but we will have the contractor standing by to assist us if we need them.
And I only mentioned about biodegradable bags because I saw some fairly decent sized lawns, but I only saw 2 bags, and they didn't appear to be huge bags. And I'm like, how'd they get all of that clipping into those 2 bags, you know? And, but they're doing it in other communities.
They're doing it in other communities. And I think part of the fear too is having to change how you do what you do as far as maintenance is concerned.
And you're right, and I think part of why the number of bags is how often you cut your grass.
That's right.
If you cut your grass every week, you don't produce many clippings. If you
That's
wait
right.
2 weeks, and I saw that from my own experience cutting
Right.
grass. If
Sure.
I wait 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks, I fill up a lot more bags.
Okay.
Correct.
Councilor Barnes, did you have a question?
Councilor.
Okay. All right, we do have Councilor Davis with a question. Councilor Davis, can you hear me?
Hold on 1 second.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate what Councilor House just said, and look, I may be coming to the party a little late on this, because I'm still catching up on this new can that we're requesting, the green can for yard services. And I appreciate what Councilor House is saying, because I tend to agree as well. And I'm a little concerned. A lot of the constituents I represent have large parcels of land, and they do a tremendous amount of yard work. And I'm having a hard time comprehending how that's going to work without some kind of additional cost or additional stress to the residents that we're asking to do this. And I'm just trying to weigh that whole model a little bit, and it just seems to me that it's going to get complicated and very costly for the resident to do these things, yet we're still providing the same scheduled service for a cost which I hear today could be a cost increase. I'm a little concerned of how that all kind of meshes together, and I would like to continue to have some conversations on this as well, because I'm really concerned about the stress of the financial burden and the physical burden on many people of having to try to weave around with one container or many containers or bags, etc. And I'm just questioning, should we possibly be looking at another way to make this happen, a less costly way to make it happen, and still get the same services provided?
I think good thought, and I think that's why they said we're going to continue to discuss that, because you're right. I mean, if there's a less expensive way to do it and do it efficiently, I think without a doubt that's the route we'll take for the residents. But you know, a lot of this stuff, and Councilor Davis, you know this, most of this innovation came about because of some of the way that people reacted to the pandemic with the losing employees. We were heavily dependent on inmate labor from the work camp, and that was a greatly reduced number. And on top of that, frankly, we're not teaching the individuals who are riding on the back of a garbage truck any marketable skill. So while it takes less of those folks to do it with the automation, it also allows us to put them in an environment where they'll learn some skill, whether it's landscaping or golf course maintenance or anything that may help them find, some work when they are released. So I think your point's well taken. We'll continue to look for the best way to do it and the most efficient and inexpensive as well.
And Mayor, I wanted to say, I tend to agree with you on when it comes to household waste and recycling, but specifically that yard waste aspect to it and limbs and that kind of thing, I'd like to get my arms around it before we move too far down the line. And basically, I'm echoing the same sentiment that the Council House.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's going to be the toughest one to try to figure out. But appreciate your comments. Councilor Crabb?
I have a question. If there's a pile of limbs in a front yard and then somebody comes by and spray paints orange on it, can you please tell me what the orange means?
Yes. So when you have a pile that's on the right-of-way like that, and it's been what we call tagged, that's the orange paint. That means that the remnants of what's in that pile is coming from the removal of a tree. It can be a cut-down tree. It could be a tree that fell, and then the owner cut it up and then put it on the right-of-way. Once it's tagged, that means, one, either the owner has to remove it because we don't pick up any remnants of a cut-down tree, or we make contact with the owner to see if they want it removed under the tree for fee program. But that's what that means. Anytime you see the orange, it's tagged. Okay? You're welcome. Mayor? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So just to continue on, we do want to have conversation about the Integrated Waste Fund, the financial health of that fund. We need to talk about where we are now, where we need to be, and where we should be. The other thing we'd like to talk about is commercial waste collection. If you remember, years ago, we stopped the collection of commercial businesses that had dumpsters. Well, it's time to take it the next step. We have a lot of businesses that are using 32-gallon containers, and it's $20 a month for 2 32-gallon containers, and if they need 3, then it's an additional $10 a month. But the reality is they're putting out more than the 2, and the service is not being paid for appropriately. And we just think that it's time for us to get out of the business altogether. So these are the businesses that sometimes you don't even know are a business because they might be in a residential area or they're in a different area that is commercial, but we would like to just get out of the business altogether. And last but not least, yard waste collection. Funding our current contractor has really hit our reserve, and we want to be able to have discussions with you on a better way of making that more sustainable if possible. We do want to maintain this during the transition of going to automation, especially for the yard waste component of this. But we just want to have discussion with you later on as it relates to yard waste collection. And last but not least, this is a picture of a side loader truck. Now, I'm not saying this is our truck. We have not ordered those trucks yet, but I just asked staff to come up with a new logo, a new way of look for our truck so that it would not look as dirty as some of them look right now. Those white trucks are really get dirty, and those orange trucks do too. So this is what they came up with, and I thought it was a very good model for us, and we just wanted to show it. So with that, I'm open to any other questions that you may have.
Very good. Any questions of Director Short? Doesn't appear to be any.
All right.
Thank
Have a
you.
great afternoon.
But I like the look,
You like
the rebrand.
Yes, we want to rebrand it.
Yeah,
We
I
want
like it.
people to know it's us.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And Mayor, last, and this should be as long as you want or as short as you want it. Councilor Davis mentioned railroad crossings, and he's talked about 54th Street, and Councilor Davis has talked about some other railroad crossings. So I have had a conversation with Norfolk Southern, with one of their representatives, and he was willing to come down and meet with us early January. And so I wanted him to wait until mid to late January because I wanted an opportunity to come to a council meeting to tell you that we are preparing for a meeting with Norfolk Southern regarding railroad crossings. And we know what we have on our radar in terms of railroad crossings that we want to bring attention to, but we don't know what's on your mind and what's on your radar. And so she's going to talk about what's on our radar, but this is to say to you and those watching by television, if you've got something on your radar, we need to know so that when we meet with them, we can address what's on your radar, your concern with railroad crossings, because we don't want to meet with them and think we've got it all, you know, on the table, and then you say, well, what about this, and what about this one, and what about this street, what about 54th Street? And so here's your opportunity. So Engineering Director Donna Newman.
Thank you. This, as the city manager said, this will be very quick. They were recently in town just a few weeks ago working on some crossings, primarily from Fortson Road area south and west of Veterans Parkway. Just real quick, Fortson Road, Smith Road, Northside Industrial Park, that's the area over there behind the Cracker Barrel. 54th Street, that is one that we have received numerous complaints on. 52nd Street, again, that's in that same general area. Apex Road, that's where we're seeing a lot of redevelopment. 35th Street, again, that's in the redevelopment area. 29th Street, that's over there close, goes through Wilson Apartments. 23rd Street, 2nd Avenue, around 20th Street and Cobbleton Road, 18th Street and 17th Street. I'm sorry. Those are areas around the new Mercer building, and we had requested specifically on 18th Street that they upgrade that crossing, and that was the last one they did, and we're not real pleased with their repair work. We think that they were trying to get out of town. This was a special crew that comes in to do this work. So we're going to ask them to do some additional work on that one. And then the next list that we have received to date, now we get very little notice on these. Typically, we don't get notice until they hire a consultant to apply for road closures and work with us on traffic control. And so this is a list that we had received from one of their consultants, and they have multiple consultants, so we don't even know who to contact. 10th Avenue, 10th Street between 9th and 10th Avenue, and some of these are the multiple tracks that are part of the yard, and we get a lot of complaints on those. 5th Avenue between 17th Street and Linwood Boulevard, 3rd Avenue between Railroad and 17th Street. And those are the lists that we have. Now, we do expect them to come forward sometime this year and do more crossings that are more toward the east. Unfortunately, the rail lines in Columbus are divided between Birmingham Central Office and Atlanta Central Office, so that further complicates things. As the city manager was saying, we do have their liaison coming to town in February now, I think. We're pushed out to February to look at some of these crossings that we get numerous complaints on. And so we wanted to get input back from the counselors on any crossings in particular they would like for us to look at, to hope that we can work on some of these. Now, some of these will require the use of our paving contractor because they only maintain what's within the rail area pretty much. And so any approaches, the problem that we get into is sometimes these tracks or these crossings are raised, and that creates challenges with the surrounding roadbed because it may be a lower elevations, and so those transitions can be difficult. So we're here to get input back from you.
So, and you don't have to do it today,
right.
But I would ask that you provide us an email by the next council meeting, the fourth council meeting, because we're going to go ahead and schedule that meeting for the latest, well, early February. And we need your email on any that you are concerned about that's not on the list that we have. And so I would ask that you email those. I'm going to ask you to email them to Tiasha Johnson, and then let her compile your list, and she will get it to the engineering director. And so when we have that meeting, we make sure that we address any that you're concerned about, any of them. So please, by the next city council meeting, email those, your concerns, to Tiasha Johnson, and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you, sir. I think Councilor Woodson wants to speak.
And Davis, I believe. Davis.
Davis. Okay. Councilor Davis?
Yes, I just wanted to say I think that one of the things that I understand is that Norfolk Southern or whoever has the railroads, the authority on these railroads, are by law responsible to maintain upkeep at a satisfactory condition, all these crossings. And I think I'm accurate on that. And the city manager, I wanted to let you know the last time we talked about this, I gave you a couple locations, and it looks like they've been going back and doing some work and starting to clean up some of their stuff. I would like, I had it on my list today. I know you asked to send in areas of concern. I think in the past I've noticed some areas of concern, mainly in the uptown area and Fourth Avenue, Victory Drive, Veteran Parkway area. I'd really like somebody to look at Smith Road by the quarries and just take a real close look at that. That whole area is being severely damaged, and that road crossing, that railroad crossing there is in really, really bad shape. But and while I got the mic, in case I don't get to you before the end of your segment, would you please have public services go down Whitesville Road between the Synovus Bank and Williams Road and take a look at the shoulders and do some repairs? I've got some calls where it's getting real dangerous again, where the edges of the shoulders are eroding, and I think we talked about this before, you can't see at night. You cannot, that road is dangerous, it's not well lit, and we really need traffic road improvements, infrastructure improvements on Whitesville Road. But if they can go and fix those shoulders, that I know that during the cold and the rain that asphalt loosens up, but there are accidents waiting to happen right now. If we could maybe address it, I really would appreciate that, Mr. City Manager.
Okay, we'll take a look.
Thank you.
Yes. If there are no other questions, Mayor Pro Tem, that concludes my agenda today.
Okay. She's I think she stepped away from the meeting. She's already left the meeting. With that, Madam Clerk. As soon as I can turn this on. Here we go.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, and Happy New Year to everyone. For the clerk's agenda, item 1 is a travel authorization request for Councilor Tucker to attend the 2022 NACO Legislative Conference.
Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed.
Item 2 is a letter of resignation from Mr. Michael Gorham from his seat on the Medical Center Hospital Authority.
Second. Move it to be accepted with regrets. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed.
Item 3 are minutes of various boards to be received.
Move to be received. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed.
Next, we have board appointments. We will start with the mayor's appointments. We have the Convention and Visitors Bureau Board of Commissioners, Mayor Henderson is nominating Mr. Peter Jones to succeed Ms. Mary Richner, and he may be confirmed.
All in favor, say aye. All opposed.
Next, for the Pension Fund Employees Board of Trustee, Mayor Henderson is nominating Ms. Renee McEnany to succeed Mr. Jack Kingsman, and she may be confirmed.
All in favor, say aye. All opposed.
Next, we have appointments for council ready for a vote. For the Animal Control Advisory Board, Ms. Courtney Pierce is currently serving as the interim CEO of PAWS, and the recommendation is that she fill that unexpired term of Patricia Montgomery for that representative seat, and she may be confirmed.
All in favor, say aye. All opposed.
Next, we have council appointments. Any nominations would be listed for the next meeting. We have the Medical Center Hospital Authority, the seat of Michael Gorham. Councilor Thomas is submitting the 3 nominees for this seat: Mr. Rodney Mahone, Mr. Murray Solomon, and Mr. Tracy L. Sayers. And if the council will take a vote for us to submit these names to the Medical Center Hospital Authority.
Second. All in favor, say aye. All opposed.
Next, for the Personnel Review Board, we have 3 alternate seats that are ready, that are open for nomination. The seat of Tracy Walker, Darlene Small, and Dr. Shanita Padaway. Next, I have some upcoming board appointments: the Board of Zoning Appeals, Building Authority of Columbus, Civic Center Advisory Board, Commission on International Relations and Cultural Liaison Encounters, Community Development Advisory Council, Crime Prevention Board, Historic and Architectural Review Board, and the Planning Advisory Commission. And this is all I have, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. I think we have a request for an executive session. And do I hear a motion to go into executive session? For litigation and personnel. So it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we are in executive session.
All right, we are back in regular session. We were in executive session to discuss litigation and personnel. No votes were taken. I'm going to ask the city attorney. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to call up 2 separate resolutions. These are settlement of various personal injury claims. The first one is claimant Lakeisha Thomas, authorized settlement of all her claims in the amount of $225,000. We could get a vote.
Motion approved from Mayor Pro Tem, second from Councilor Crabb. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? All right, those are approved. And before I entertain a motion to adjourn, let me just say thank you to staff.
One more.
Oh, we got one more?
Second resolution.
Never mind.
One more second. Second resolution, same accident, December 12, 2019. Claimant Derek Thomas was injured, motor vehicle accident. We've got a settlement for $150,000.
Motion second to approve. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? All right, that's approved. And that's it, right? All right, I just want to thank staff and thank the council for their work today in some kind of trying circumstances. It took a little extra time, but we appreciate everybody pulling together and participating and helping to make it come off like this. Yep. So now we will entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion from Councilor House, second from Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? We're adjourned.